And then I have to go over here and find myself. No, another refresh maybe. There it is. Go live and mute. No. Okay, we've muted that. 11:48 a.m. in New Zealand. Yeah, 7:50 a.m. here in Perth. Hey, flying squirrel. And it's bloody cold. You know, it's that dry cold. It's not like a, oh God, I don't know how to explain the air, but it's like there's no moisture in the air. It's just fucking cold when you breathe it in. Oh, listen, it's our, I think 7th day into winter, so it's expected. What can you do? I like the seasons. Seasons are all good. Frida C, hello, been a while. Let me dump the link in there, which I haven't done. Copy. They did say I could stick it at the top somewhere, so let me see if I can do that. Send feedback, map, toggle, timestamp. Yeah, the bird catches the worm. Oh, don't know, mate. Oh, don't know. What's this here? Somebody did show me how to stick the link to the top of the thingy, but I don't know now. Oh, fuck it. Here, I'll just chuck it in there. That'll do. That'll do. So what's happening everywhere, people? Hey, Vic. As far as I can see, there's still the argument amongst people as to who should wear masks and who shouldn't wear masks and all of that fucking crap. Last I saw, they were, yes, I heard about the lockdown again in Victoria. I don't know what it is. I can't figure out what the fuck it is with Victoria. Out of all the states, you'd kind of think that we would follow, you know what I mean? But it's not. It's always Victoria. Now, either it's the twats that run Victoria that are doing it. Hey, Klaus. Hey, Constitutional Auditor. Hey, Chunky. I don't know what it is. I just can't figure it out. I mean, whether they're doing a big ass testing. Oh, I heard a ping. Where is that? Wait a minute. Let me find you. Add to stream. Hello, Approach.
Hey, how's it going, Pio?
It's going good. Going good. So yeah, I don't know what it is with Victoria. I mean, are they doing a major testing on their 5G and all the rest of it and how it's affecting people? I have no friggin' idea, but it seems to me that in Australia, that particular state has something more going on because the constant lockdowns are just ridiculous. It's bullshit. You
It's
know what I mean?
insane. It's insane. Yeah.
Because it seems guaranteed every friggin' month practically, you know, half the bloody month they spend in lockdown, you know, and that's over 5 people or 4 people or 2 people or what, like, come on.
Yeah,
I mean,
you think it would end by now, but it's still going. The airports, I
Yeah.
don't know if you've been in the airports lately, but they're terrible.
Oh yeah, no, nobody here's going to no airport. I'm keeping away from all of that stuff
Oh, they're
until
so
I can
bad. So bad.
fully see what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's more to it. I did see that what's his name, Morrison here was going to. They're discussing about. Well, they're kind of pissed off because people don't want to take the prick. You know what I mean? People are like back and right the fuck off from it. The ones that have already taken it have taken it. And people, please don't look at the fact that I'm having a go at anybody. Each to their own. You know what I mean? Like you
Right.
wanna wear a friggin' mask and think that that's going to protect you. Wear it. If you don't think it's going to protect you, or you don't want to wear it, don't wear it. And same with the prick. You know what I mean? You want to take that chance, take that chance. It's your life, you know?
Don't shame
Yeah.
us. Don't shame us for that. For not wanting to agree with that. You know?
But my whole thing is let's not turn into, I mean, which society already has, where people are policing people. You know, that's the thing that I object, is that people can't stand back and go, well, okay, it's my choice to wear this. I want to wear it. It's no different to on a 40-degree day. If you want to wear a jumper, wear a jumper. If you don't want to wear a jumper, don't wear a jumper. But don't go fuck over the other person for their choice, you know? Oh, Vic, people, listen, if I was in that state, I would have moved out of there by now. I would have moved out of there. I'm telling you, there's no fucking way that I'd be putting up with that shit. I'd be across the border and fucking out. Hey, cop, I think I said hey to Cop Blocker Blind Straight. Hey, if I've missed anybody, terribly sorry, but hello to everybody that has come in. Oh, listen, they can point the finger, and this is what humanity does, okay? It's easier to point the finger and say somebody else is at fault, all right? But we need to sit back and watch, because we know that all govs are together. They all help each other. They fund their little, I don't know, their little diseased friggin' labs. They're all in it. The doctors share the information, or the scientists, or whatever you want to call them. Hey, Kennedy. Um, do you know what I mean? Like they're all in it. It doesn't matter what country the building is in. The fact is that they're all in it. I mean, that there's no how could I put it? It's no different to if you're going to go to weather mod, or whatever it is. Whatever it is, they are all in it. Whereabouts are you exactly, Sloth? Approach, hello? If you're talking to me, mate, you're muted. I didn't mute you, but you're muted. Hey, Tanya. But yeah, I mean, just looking at stuff that I've been sort of checking out and whatever, and I think I mentioned once before that I've gone back and I'm kind of binge watching
Hey, I'm
old.
sorry, I'm back.
That's okay. I'm binge watching old movies and TV series and whatever, and just looking through what was being said back then. And if you watch that, especially with everything that we know now, it's all in there. It's always been in there. I mean, watching, I can't even remember what it's called now, but I'm sure it'll come to me somewhere along the line, where they were making, they were taking babies, or basically waiting outside of clinics and getting mothers to, instead of aborting, to sign over their children to the government. But obviously they didn't present themselves as the government. They present themselves as, you know, a company that wants to adopt kids out or wants to whatever. And these mothers were signing their kids away. But it shows you where most of these facilities are. They don't ever seem to be in the same country that is actually doing the experimentation. It's always like in a smaller country that has been taken over or that has been manipulated, and it's always out in the sticks, you know, like right out in the forests where nobody ever fucking goes, nobody would ever think to go, none of it. You know what I mean? And that's where they do this stuff. So you've got to look at the fact that all of them are in cahoots. They use each other's turf. They use each other's information to push the agendas forward, their agendas. Because you look back at it at different things and you think, well, how? Where would they do that? Where can they do that? I mean, we all know that they're pushing people off farming properties and farming communities. They're pushing them all into the city so that they can be spied on, they can be watched and controlled and traced and tracked and all the rest of that garbage, right? How much land is left out there that they could literally put up so many experimental, which they have and always have done, experimental labs for all these different things that they're doing. And your average Joe, the useless eater, me, you, how would we ever know? We wouldn't, unless somebody randomly came across it and took a photo and came back and said, look what I saw. That's the only way that we find this shit out.
Right.
Whereabouts are you, Sloth? Are you in the States?
Yep. That's right.
How are things where you are?
Here in Florida, it's actually pretty good. It's decent. There's some still private businesses promoting it, but the airport's terrible. Pretty sure airports are terrible everywhere. Yeah, how is it over in Australia?
Yeah, the more I sort of listen and watch and less participation, more focus, as they say. I'm kind of, it's still coming back to the people. It's still coming back to us. You know what I mean? There is no game without the people. It can't continue. I mean, I found it a bit amusing the other day. I was listening to somebody, and it was on a panel, and there was somebody that didn't want to wear a mask, and they were getting in a cab or something rather, and they were told to get out because they didn't have a mask on.
Oh
And
man, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked on the airport when I came here. They were crazy. They took 5 people off. They threatened to take me off.
the thing is, though, is that the people that are choosing to cover their faces are calling the ones that don't Karens. And then on the other side, you've got the people that are choosing not to wear it are calling the ones that are wearing it Karens. And I was looking at that and I thought, what can you say to that? You know, no matter what comes forward, people seem to forget that everybody is entitled to choose. You cannot. It's just not right. It's not right for us to look at somebody else and go, you know, why are you wearing that? Take it off, da da da. just as it's not right for them to turn around and say anything to the ones that don't want to wear it. People forget that. People are forgetting that people have a right to choose. I mean, if you don't want to wear it and somebody looks at you and goes, oh, well, you know, if you catch it, you catch it. If you're that into that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? It's still, at the end of the day, it's your choice. It's your life. You have one life, and with everything practically that's in that life, you choose what to drink, you choose what to eat, you choose what to wear. It's a choice thing. It still comes back to choice. And yet I'm continuously saying that with everything, even though people that know what's going on, that we're still policing each other, that we're still fucking having a go at one another instead of standing up for one another and saying, you know, freedom of choice. Because if we have no fucking choice, we ain't got nothing left. Do you know what I mean? There is nothing fucking left if there is no choice. Then we
Isn't
might
that
as well
right?
all,
Yeah.
you know, wear the same fucking clothes. Let's wait until the gov sends us out this uniform looking thing and we'll all wear the same clothes and they can make the same looking houses and the same vehicle. Let's not have a fucking choice. Because that's where it's heading to. I don't want
Jesus.
to wear, you know, what
Jesus.
somebody
Oh
else
my
is
God.
wearing. Sorry, mate, go on. Approach what we're saying.
Well, I'm just amazed with this. Like, it's insane. It's insane how far it's still gone. You know,
I
they've done
know.
things like this in the past, but nothing like this lasting this long. It's just insane how people still think natural immunity isn't a thing and we should just keep doing this. It's insane. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm just going to address chat for a minute. Jan, are you saying that I'm selfish because I choose not to wear a mask, therefore I'm selfish because I don't care if somebody else catches it? Well, you know your body. Nobody else knows your body better than you. And if you are
Right.
afraid of catching something, whether it be the flu, the cold, whatever it is, you have the right to protect yourself in whatever way you choose. If I am not afraid of the flu or the cold or anything else, I have the right to choose for my body what I want. If you're protected and you think that that protection actually protects you, then what is everybody afraid of?
If you're
It's
that
no
scared of
different.
catching it, stay home. Stay at your
That
house. Don't go
too.
anywhere. Don't go
That
anywhere.
too. Yes. I mean, it's no different to, oh, you know, if there's the family's got the flu or whatever, you turn around and go, oh, fuck you, I ain't going to visit. You know, I just don't want to be sick or can't afford to be sick at this point in time. We have a choice. There's nothing selfish about it. Like I said,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, I mean, if there is no choice, what? When somebody else whom you don't know, never met, never will meet, says, cover your head, we all need to cover our head. If somebody else says walk around, everybody needs to walk around in their fucking jocks for a week, what, we're all going to just simply comply? Do you know what I mean? Like, if we have no choice, we have nothing. I mean, I look at that and I think to myself, there's
It's what
people
people
that are
want.
telling,
It's what people want. Oh, goodness.
but these people that are telling me now what I should do and what I must do, Where the fuck were they all of my life? You know, when it came to choosing my clothes, choosing the food that I'm going to eat, choosing this, choosing that, all up until now, I've been doing that on my own. And now all of a sudden, somebody that I've never seen, never met, don't know, is going to come out and go, no, you need to do that. Well, go kiss my ass, dude. You might be able to tell your kids what to do, but you can't fucking tell fully grown adults who know that they have a choice and a right to choose what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, right. The children are fucked if their parents are into this. It's sad. God.
Oh, listen, it's not just even that. It comes down to education and what they're being taught. You know what I mean? It all comes back to the parents. Kennedy, exactly. Kennedy, exactly. Absolutely fucking exactly. That's what they're, because they're trying to get rid of them. That everybody that is elderly, and they will drop, they will keep dropping. When you say elderly, people think, 80s, 90s, whatever, 70s, da da da. That age will keep dropping. Mark my word. It will keep dropping.
Look how well it worked. It worked amazing for them. Enough people are fooled. It's worked somehow.
Hey, Gary. Oh, listen, it does with everything, and what they pretty much have all their cards stacked on, and their money is the fact that they can drop a word, that they have everybody so controlled that they can drop a word or a person or a situation and everybody will just automatically obey. And the ones that don't are outnumbered by the ones that do. So they know, and they've watched all these years, and they've seen that people will police people because people just want to continue crapping on somebody else and taking somebody else's right of choice away. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know
I
how you get. I don't know how people get the idea this is a cool thing to do. To police other people.
mean, I don't tell my neighbour what to do. He doesn't tell me what to do. Do you know what I mean?
Right? Yeah, I do.
If he wants to strip naked in his yard and the only thing that he wants to do is put a mask on his face and chuck laps around his front yard, kudos to him. I mean, right now it's a tad cold here, so I wouldn't recommend it. But if that's what's gonna fucking make him happy, do it. And I have the choice, and I can either stand there and watch or not. But I can't see how people think it's right to attack each other over choice. Because remember, while we all have that, we at least have some kind of freedom, or if you can call it freedom. If there is no choice, we're all wearing the same shit. We're all eating the same shit, which is probably Soylent Green already. I mean, hey, they're putting dead people back into the compost fucking tumbler and they end up back in your yard. You're out there fertilizing your plants with your fucking dead relics. Does anybody think about that?
Does anybody think about them promoting veganism? They always promote it, and that's killing people. God.
Listen, I'm all for people eating more veggies, okay? I'm all for people eating healthier. I really am. But at the end of the day, we've got to look at what is healthy. When you buy and I tried a lot of this stuff. I seriously tried. because my niece was putting me onto it. The hamburgers, there was hamburgers that were made, and I tried them, and I thought, okay. I
You're
mean,
talking about
I could,
the Beyond brand, right? Is that right?
the which one? Sorry.
The brand's called Beyond.
No, that doesn't ring a bell. We've got something else here. I can't even remember what it is anymore.
Okay.
But the thing is, if you want to go that way, as in to eat veggies and fruit and get away from meat and stuff, that's okay. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with baked veggies and I mean, shit, you can take fucking carrots and whatever and grate them together and make patties out of them and stuff like that. But be careful when you start buying this stuff, because if you have a look on the packets, and we never do that, if we have a look on the packets, there's nothing organic about any of it, because everything that is growing now is covered in the shit that we get sprayed with.
All the chemicals you can't pronounce. Oh my god.
You know, the strontium, the barium, the aluminum, the whatever the fuck is going on up there. I mean, I planted some seeds the other day. I don't know why, but just with everything that I've been pruning and whatever, and I've still got more shit to do, I totally forgot about the seeds, and I thought, I wouldn't mind a sage plant. I don't have a sage bush, right? Anyway, I happened to come in my laundry, and there's 5 packets of different seeds that I had purchased at some point. And I looked at them, and on the actual packets, it says organic, and I had to laugh, and I thought, really? Like, do you know what I mean? It might be while it's in the seed form in the packet, but once I put it in the ground outside, the fucking potting mix that I use, all the shit that's gonna fall on it, all the crap that I'm fucking watering it with, like, you've killed it. But everything that they're doing, it's pushing all of us. You know what I mean? To a point of fucking no return.
They want you in hospitals.
Oh, listen, it's got to keep going. You've got to be sick. Because if you're not sick, they don't make any money. So if they see that people are getting healthier and people are starting to make proper choices with food and with what they're buying, and they're not buying junk anymore, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing, all right? Can't do that
You need to
because
get
you
that
won't get sick.
chemotherapy. You need to get all that bacteria out of your body. Yeah. That's what they want from you. They want you dead and all your money gone. Oh my god.
Well, look what they do to people. The older you get, if there's no rallies, okay, for example, for your parents to pass down whatever it is that they have, the government takes it. The homes the aged care homes. I mean, I remember when I had community services come in to help me with my folks. First thing they fucking asked my parents was, "Do you own the house?" And I looked at him and I thought, "Are you fucking shitting me?" You know, like, you're in their home, you're supposed to be here to help them, but first you want to check to see if you can get any cash out of them. So, fuck the fact that you worked all your fucking life like a dog, because at the end of the day, you know, I mean, you're just going to be stripped of all of it. Stripped of your rights, stripped of your fucking money, stripped of everything.
Oh my god.
Constitutional order to listen. Those animals, okay, whether they get hit by cars, they're eating the junk that is being sprayed on us. It's being sprayed on them. It all falls to the ground. You know, it all falls to ground. This is what I was saying in my last live stream when I went onto that farming, back to the farming community that I came from, when I saw all those big ass containers of Roundup. That's what the animals are eating. And we say, oh, it's organic beef. Kiss my ass, it's fucking organic beef.
Yeah, they feed them their local corn, and they vaccinate them regularly for their anti-parasite, whatever. Yeah, I only buy 100% grass-fed, and you'd be shocked how hard it is to find it. You'd be shocked. In this state, you have to buy raw milk as dog food or pet food. It's gotten to that point. Yeah.
Hey, Will, how you doing? Bones? Anybody else that I've missed? Hey. But it just what gets me, like I said, is just looking at if we're looking at everything that is associated around the prick and whatever. It is so easy for them to do. It's not hard. They have all this vacant land, not just here in Australia, but everywhere. They have all this fucking vacant land that they can study everything and anything that they want, and we won't know. I mean, look how many years it's taken for us to just like open up our eyes now, okay? How many years people have been coming out with this stuff and they've been saying this is going on or that's going on. I mean, obviously back then, not as many, right? But they've been at this for fucking years.
Yeah, like polio. There's never been one case of polio actually happening if the person hasn't had a vaccine for it. They've been doing this for a long time, and I don't know how long. How long do you
Mate, I have
suggest?
got one of those. Was it polio? Was it polio now that you're talking about it? Is it polio or was it measles where they give you that injection where it leaves that round circular mark?
I'm unsure. I don't know.
It's one of the two. It's either polio or it's measles. I'm not sure.
I think that's
But
polio.
I still have that fucking mark. I'm branded, okay? I'm branded like a lot of people are with that freaking injection from years ago, okay? I mean, we don't know. We don't know. Did that start anything? Were there any side effects to that? We would not have known because people weren't that fucking clued up. It wouldn't have been until years later. Chickenpox, was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I keep forgetting fucking chickenpox. But yeah, it's just to me, I'm really fucking over the fact of people policing people. Because people aren't stopping to think, right? They're not stopping to think that it all comes back to us. If there's no us, there ain't no game. If we don't turn on each other and we stop turning on each other, there ain't no game. The game is over. They have everything stacked on the fact of keeping us divided.
They do focus on that.
Oh, listen, that is it. That is the answer right there. Because if people allowed each other to make their own choices and to stop hating each other, the divide would end. Do you know what I mean? The divide would end. People would
Right.
start actually sticking it up for each other, and they would go, well, no, leave Joe alone because Joe's choice is to do that. Mine is to do this, but hey, leave him the fuck alone. We wouldn't be attacking each other. We wouldn't be ringing up and dobbing people in. We wouldn't be whatever. It's the hate and divide. Stop and look at it. For years it's been happening through wars, through whatever it is, the religion, the politics, the just fucking everything. It's a constant hate and divide.
Yeah, they tell you to respect your military or your army of your country. Yeah, that's really respectful.
Oh, mate, listen, again, each to their own, and I know that a lot of
Oh,
people don't like my thoughts on all of that, but to me, you can't. You just cannot um, go someplace and think that it's okay to kill innocent people and not and what blame it on what
no,
things that
they're
don't
just
exist.
defending. They're just defending their country, right? That's why Obama had to bomb Africa, right? That's why they had to bomb a country there. Yeah, they're just defending their country, you know?
Yeah, so the thing is it's just
Uh,
for greed, for
yes.
power. They manipulate smaller countries. Like I said a long time ago, the reason for pulling big countries apart, pulling countries that had good military, right? They had some strength behind their military. Best way to annihilate that is to pull it apart, start a war between the people, find something that they have indifferences with, right? And usually that's politics or religion. And before you know it, you've broken a country down into many little countries, hence my own. Do you know what I mean? I mean, to break down America.
Just different
Easy.
opinions. Yeah.
Just pull it apart into 50 friggin' little countries. Where's your power then? Nowhere. Nowhere.
Yeah.
And this is what's been going
I,
on. It's not
I do
about
understand.
somebody coming and attacking. I mean, if America got invaded at some point, I think I slept through that. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just easier for somebody to control if the military like is tiny. Okay, it's all about control. It's got nothing to do with they're coming to get us. I mean, shit, like I said, guys, I've got a newspaper that we found underneath a floor covering from years ago. And I saved it all these years. It was from I think the newspaper was from 1957. The front cover of the fucking newspaper back then. Oh, our enemy. This is the States. Our enemy, Russia. They have a missile. Aren't we talking the same fucking shit in media now? It's the same crap being stuffed down your face every fucking day. Every fucking day. Oh, China's going to attack us. Oh, this one's going to attack us. Oh, that one's going to leave us hungry. Oh, fuck me. Just, nobody fucking cares. I'm sorry, people. But when you go to another country, those people are struggling, just like we are. They want to put something on the fucking table, you know what I mean, for their kids to eat. They want to send their kids to school. They want to go out and they want to, I don't know, tend their crops, look after the fucking sheep, do whatever. All right? That's it. They don't know you. They don't fucking care about you, just like you don't care about them because you don't know them. You've never heard of them. You will never meet them. So why the fuck are we killing each other? Why are we hating each other when we know nothing about each other? Just peeves me off, you know. It peeves me off, and you kind of come back to you come back to the internet, and I sort of come on just to, I don't know, try and occupy myself for a while, or try to get away from stuff, stop the brain from thinking. And then you come back to the same thing. You come back to the same motherfucking thing. You're listening to people online, and people are forgetting. They are forgetting that everybody has a different path that they are walking on. everybody has a right to choose. Well, Kennedy, if we're brainwashed zombies, which I think this is the zombie apocalypse, I think this is the start of the zombie apocalypse. It
No
ain't fucking
hell.
we're in it. We're in it. I'm sorry to say, but we are fucking in it. Because some of the shit that I see people fucking do, I'm sitting there and I'm going like, why? There is no explanation for it. Like, what the hell? What would compel somebody to do something like that? And I try and think, well, that's their journey in life. But then I think, oh my God, thank fuck that I didn't get that journey. But we can't know. We can't know what is best for each other. We can't. We can offer advice if somebody wants it. That's about as far as we can go with anything. You know, it's about as far as we can go with anything. Is if somebody asks me something, okay, I'm gonna give you my experience. I'm gonna share my experience. Is that going to work for you? I don't know. I always say to people, only take what resonates to you and leave the rest. Because you're on your own fucking journey. It's just sad. It's sad where we've gotten to, that no matter where you go, that people have forgotten that everybody has a right to choose, and that people are refusing to defend that. I don't want to be walking around the block in a line with other people in this wearing the same little outfit, okay? I don't want to. If anybody or anyone has seen, which probably most of you have, that TV series Weeds, and the actual intro to that particular thing, you know, I can't even remember how does it go? Something about little boxes on the hillside, and you see every house is exactly the same. Every car is exactly the same. Every person that is jogging or walking are wearing the same fucking outfits. Think about that. You know, think about that, because that's where we're heading. And I don't want that kind of life. I really don't. I want to be able to come on here and I want to be able to talk to you guys and I want to be able to say, listen, I fucking saw reppies. Okay? And maybe you didn't. And that's okay. We don't have to fucking argue over it. You don't have to sit there and say, well, Perth's lost the plot. She can see reppies. Well, no. Do you know what I mean? Why can't we look beyond that and go, well, hey, you know, I mean, I haven't, but shit, just because I haven't, don't make it fucking not true. And if Perth wants to live in that, if you think that she's totally lost the plot, and if that makes her happy, that's her fucking right. If you're going to do anything, people, anything, I mean, obviously, we've got to start with ourselves before we do anything else. But if you're going to do anything, try and spread the word and just tell people to stop policing each other. Tell people to accept the fact that we all have a right to choose. It's not being selfish. It's simply not being afraid. It's simply knowing my body. It's simply just fucking my choice. I can't tell you what football team to follow. I'll follow the one that I like. But do we have to go to fucking war over it? No. Nobody says you can't sit and fucking cheer for your football team, but when the game's over, that's it. I'm burning myself here, it's all right. Hang on a minute. Getting to you, mate. You don't have to show yourself, it's all good. Unless you choose to.
Hey, I'm sorry, my phone keeps dying. Oh yeah, I went back down to 1%. I might have to come back later. How long are you gonna stream for?
For a while, I'll be on for a few hours.
Okay, well I'm probably gonna have my phone charged for a bit, and I'll come back. I'm
No
enjoying
dramas,
this though.
mate.
Sweet.
No dramas.
Well, have a good one.
You
I'll be
too.
back. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
What's that? A woman started chatting how beautiful the water at the beach. Then she asked me if I had the prick. And when I said no, she literally took 4 steps back. Do you know what I mean? Like the fear. Like, get the fuck over the fear. What, you never had a flu? Christ, I remember the last time that I actually had a flu, okay? I must have been chronically fucking ill for 2 weeks. The sneezing, the runny nose, the fucking temperature, the whatever. This is some years back, right? Have we never been sick before? It's like now people think that if they stay away or if they get a prick or whatever it is, that they're never going to get sick. Come on, people. It's like telling teeth they have no right to choose. I looked it up. It was polio that left the circle. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I got one of them suckers. Do you know what I mean? So nobody can come and tell me that I'm anti whatever. I'm just fucking anti this shit. But that's my choice, my body, my right to choose. I mean, we didn't fucking stone people that caught the flu before, or somebody that coughed. I don't know if you guys have I keep telling you to just take note, right, when you're in a shopping centre, and just listen to how many people you hear cough or sneeze. The silence in the shopping centre is deafening. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that people need to be scared to sneeze because they might have an allergy or to cough because they're just clearing their throat. They're scared that somebody else is going to fucking, I don't know, either attack them or do whatever to them. Hello.
Hello. Hey, what's up? Is my mic okay?
Yes, it is.
All right, I got ragged on last time because my 20-year-old mic wasn't performing well.
No, you're all good.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
Exactly. yeah. Same here. Oh, I'm good.
You know, I mean, like I said, I'm keeping an eye on everything that is that is going on around us. I'm just watching people because police people, and they're the ones that I've got to keep my eye on. Which I've said, if anybody's going to fuck anybody over, it's going to be another person. So
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of people policing each other, and not to dog on anybody in the chat, but no, it was polio, no smallpox, chicken pox. It's like, come on, man, that's minutia. It's a little dot on somebody's arm that got injected with some fucking poison back in the day.
Poison. Back in the day.
hey Dean, how you doing? How's things in your neighbourhood?
Pretty good in Perth, man. How you been?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing
Yeah,
okay.
it's still crazy here though. I've been it's like, hey, you need to put a mask on. The person told me that they wouldn't be able to serve me. That was a couple of weeks ago, but then all of a sudden they lifted it, and it says you can go into the store as long as you're vaccinated. You don't have to wear a mask. So I told somebody when I came out, I said, I'm just pretending I'm not vaccinated. I don't have to wear a mask. It's hilarious, all that crazy stuff. But yeah, we will catch that part up.
Mike, where you are, you're how things there?
Yeah. Like the auto parts stores, they don't care. They just lifted everything and they took all the plastic stuff down. But it's funny though that the signs say it's like if you're vaccinated, you don't have to have a mask and you can come inside. So it's like, all right, I'll lie. And it's pretty funny. But I don't want to be known to, say that I was vaxxed.
No, you got the prick. Pricks made it, pricks invented it. We're referring to it as the prick.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had blood work done and they checked for the antibodies because I was pretty sure I already had the thing. And they said, nope, I don't have the antibodies, even though my wife had them. Which is really weird. So, it's bullshit. It ain't contagious or whatever it is.
Oh, listen, when which they've already started about the geoengineering and the
Oh, yeah.
climate change and all of that, they've already started introducing that. The minute they start pushing that agenda, I can guarantee you everything that's happened in the last year and a half to 2 years will literally totally be gone. It'll be gone from the media. It'll be gone from any government mentioning it, because now they're on to their next agenda, which is global warming.
Yeah.
Everything's just gonna fucking melt.
Yeah. Oh,
It'll be Mandela affected.
Yeah.
Who remembers it what way and who remembers it another way?
Yeah, like the Berenstain Bears. That was the big
Yeah,
famous
kind of like
one. That's the
smallpox,
famous
chicken
one.
pox.
Chicken pox. I had chicken pox when I was a kid. Had to take a bath in baking soda or something like that. Very itchy.
The thing is though, whatever we've caught, if we've caught something growing up,
Yeah.
we got the fuck over it.
Yep.
Do you know what I
died
mean?
once. Yeah.
Dude, where I lived to begin with, when I moved to Indonesia, where I lived, little kids would be sat on the ground, okay?
Yeah.
Chooks would shit there, motorbikes would go over that particular part of the property, you name it. Those people have a hell of a fucking immune system, you know what I mean?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how your body builds up a good immune system, is by
Yep.
not hiding from shit.
Yeah, it's like me being like I was a construction worker and I'll eat my sandwich with dirty hands. It's like I don't care, man. I'm hungry.
Exactly.
What are you gonna do? What's a caveman gonna do, anyways? I'm starting to go with more a lot lately. What would the caveman do? What's gonna happen when all this help, everybody's help, goes away? You know, what are you gonna do?
Listen, when people have no immune system left,
Yeah.
they're going to have to stay indoors, because the minute they stick their head outdoors, that's going to be the end of them.
Yeah.
That's going to be the end of them,
Yeah.
because with no immune system, I mean, shit, you're not going to be able to touch anything. You're going to have to live in a sterilized environment.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit of afraid of the people that have been vaxxed. You got to be careful saying this stuff on a live stream, right?
Yeah, I just said to you, refer to it as the prick. They got the
Yeah.
prick.
Yeah, they got the prick. Jabrunio.
I call it the hokey pokey.
Oh, there you
It's just a
go.
little spin or little pin prick.
Yeah, I'm like you, Dean, man. I don't mind a little dirt under my fingernails, and
Nah.
my my
You know,
hygiene has changed a little bit in the last, I'd say, 6-8 months.
got to keep
I'm
the
not
pits
so
clean,
worried
though.
about dirt and viruses and bacteria.
Nah,
I
a
think
lot of
it
times.
might just be good for you. You never know.
Yeah.
Because,
You know,
like you said, the caveman, what did he do? Oh, and we still survived.
well,
Billions of years
see,
later,
look
or
at it.
10,000 years, or whatever. And those guys were running around with dirty fingernails and
I don't think they're
dirt on
dumb. They
their
don't
hands
need
and
help.
eating meat out of the dirt.
Just tell
Yeah,
you,
we got here, so
uh,
yeah, I think we're okay.
got to learn from them.
But like you said, Perth, these people that want this sterilized environment everywhere, they're not going to be able to poke their heads out the door, and that'll be fine with me. We'll just run around naked and dirty and have a good time, and they can stay in their box.
It's crazy. My wife's on board with me. She's like the only one, that around in the area that is speaking up about the crap.
It's
pretty
like
cool.
I said, it's sad. It's sad when people have people are policing people, and it's been going on for fucking years. We need to concentrate on that
Okay.
more than we need to concentrate on
My
anything
life's
else.
still going.
Yeah, it reminds me of soap operas and gossip,
Yeah.
and it's turned into something else. It's like this social engineering that started who knows when, but you know who I'm talking about. People that are into the soap operas and all that drama, and into the gossip in the town, and now they've kind of weaponized that psychological aspect of society, and now people are dobbing each other in a major way. I don't talk shit about anybody, and if somebody I meet and start to maybe try to make a relationship with on a very shallow level, because that's where I'm at, if they start talking shit about like their friends or their family or their neighbors, I'm done. I don't want to participate. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Talk about how other people are, Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, did you hear so and so?
I mean, to me, I as I've said heaps of times before, I mean, my name says it all. Perth Observer. My hobby is to watch people, so I go to channels that where people hold panels and stuff like that, and I listen. Sometimes I will participate a little bit in the chat. Other times I won't. But to me, it's just listening to people how they interact with one another, and it amazes the fuck out of me. And I think how is it possible to unite against anything if you can't unite on something as small as a panel or in a chat? Do you know what I mean? Like, to find a common goal. You have your choice on believing in this. I have my choice in believing in that. But let's put that aside because we are losing our freedoms. Hence, your freedom, my freedom. It's a common goal. Let's pull together on that. But I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing it fucking anywhere.
Yeah, I've pulled pretty much all the way back. I don't engage with people, and I watch very few truther videos. But there's a huge psychological operation that's been going on.
Oh yeah.
Back through probably Abraham Lincoln. Who knows? The Civil War, certainly JFK, 9/11, and all that. And now for me, and my screen name is Free to See. I'm just kind of observing this psychological operation that's going on around me, and people are, buying into it. And so I think that's the best entertainment, to kind of use a loose term, for me, or for understanding, is just watching how people are getting mind fucked all over the place. And I even check myself. I have to check myself and people that maybe I trust, and you can just see it playing out all over. It's just this psychological game that's been going on, because they can't do it physically. I mean, they can have a world war and they can blow a bunch of stuff up and kill some folks, but it's all psychological. And just to sit back and watch it, happen to your loved ones and your family and your friends, and you can see them buying into this and buying into that. And I just keep backing off further and further and further, and just watching this shit unfold and wondering what the hell is next.
It's sad. It truly is. I hear what you're saying. I watch it. I watch it around me. I watch it around my family members. The people come to visit them. It's like I said, we're not. There is no, for those people that are into the zombie apocalypse thing. Like I said, it's not coming. We're living it.
Yeah, it is. It's here.
We're living it.
Fuck yeah,
And
man.
it's sad to have to put it in that fucking terminology, but like, come on. Can people not just look at something and go, well, okay, let's pick that. Now let's look at that and let's analyze it just to yourself and go, does that make sense to me? People don't seem to be doing that.
Yeah, basic logic is long gone. Reasoning and logic are very rare commodities in the people that I interact with, and I interact with some really nice and intelligent people, but they lack that. And not that I'm any better or any smarter or any deeper, whatever, but from my perspective, I just see a huge lack in that, and it makes me sad, because you can't have a real in-depth conversation or relationship with somebody when you perceive that they are basically retarded, based on the propaganda and the psychological operations that have gone on pretty much forever, as far as we know history is.
Yeah.
But I still think that the reason that we're in this situation is because people have forgotten. People have forgotten that everybody has a right to walk their own path. Everybody has a right to do that. If you're not hurting somebody else or inflicting pain on them, you have a right.
No crime, yeah.
You have a right to choose. You have a right to choice, and you have a right to walk your own path.
Yes.
Yeah, of course you do. But go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it comes down to the culling. because that's what it looks like to me.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's through wars, whether it's through whatever, it's a culling. And
I
they
think it's
can't
more of a
say that there's
psychological
no.
calling.
Well, that too. I mean, obviously they've got to do that first to be able to get you into a position where you're going to then follow anything else that they say that you need to do, right? Hence, the people that were in hospitals and whatever, and then they threw them back into aged care homes and literally locked their families out in the most vulnerable time of
Yeah.
these people's lives,
Kill
in
me.
the hope that these people would get sick from one another. You know what I mean? Which they did. I mean, these people are vulnerable because their immune system is already shot from the amount of meds that they're on.
Yeah, but those people in those homes and those family members who are in very emotional states, that was easy pickings for them.
Oh,
And there's a
absolutely.
bastion of a few people who could see that and all the other things going on, and here we sit chatting about it, and I hate it for those people. But those were the easy pickings. That's where they started. Now, where it's going to end up, we can only guess. But yeah, that was the easy stuff for them, and they're just going to work their way up the ladder. It's all psychological. To me,
I mean,
it's
yeah,
very obvious that it's all psychological. I don't think that these injections are necessarily killing off a bunch of people. Maybe not at this point. There could be some kind of placebo. There could be a sterilization
yep, definitely.
program in effect. Those things are going to work themselves out. But if people can't see that this is psychological, and see that in their family members and people close to them, and at the grocery store and wherever they buy and sell their wares or whatever. It's psychology is the cornerstone of human manipulation and control. It's all based on psychology. Yeah, like I said before, you can have world wars and kill a bunch of people and all that, but you can't just have that and kill everybody. And I don't think that's their goal. They like to mind fuck us, whoever they are, and for whatever reason. And we're being majorly mind fucked. Still, it's amped up, and I'm just sitting here observing it.
Yeah.
But see, what
And it's
people
getting
don't
worse and
realize,
worse and worse.
what people don't realize is that when they come out and they say the vulnerable age, let's say that's from 70 up, okay? Now, once all of those people are gone, right, you're going to have from 70 down. So who then becomes the next vulnerable bunch? Is it going to be from 40 upwards? You are then going to be classed as that vulnerable bunch because there's nobody older than you. So it's like it's categories of age or age groups that they're going after. I mean, with kids having to get this, I think, and God forbid, okay, God forbid anybody fucking gets sick, right? But if I'm going to go back to Buddhist teachings and stuff like that, and Zen and all the rest of it, we're all on our own path, whatever the fuck that is. We just need to look within. I don't think the answers are out there. I think the answers are in ourselves. And I always say, we as human beings were created to be able to take care of ourselves with everything that was given to us in the very beginning.
Yep.
We had everything there. I think somebody didn't want that. I think somebody felt that we had to be fucked over, mind fucked, mind controlled, whatever the hell, okay, so that we don't realize ourselves anymore. who we really are as human
Yeah.
beings.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And we were
Subjugated.
made to be happy. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you stop and look now, doesn't matter what country you look at. I mean, people have got problems. It's either financial problems or whatever their health problems or whatever it is. Again, I repeat, when I spoke to my sisters and I asked them, do they ever recall our parents talking about, oh, so and so down the road died of dementia, or so and so down the road caught Parkinson's? Those names were never known back then. So,
Nor cancer.
where did they come from? I mean, people
Toxins,
died
new
of
toxins.
natural causes, you know what I mean? People died of being in an accident, something fell on them, they fell off the fucking roof, whatever the case may be. But there was never any talk when our parents, because living in the farming community, we didn't have a TV, so they used to talk to us about their lives growing up and getting married and you know the things that they went through and whatever. There was never any mention of any of that.
Yeah.
None.
Growing up where I did, the generation ahead of me, like my dad and grandmother and aunts and uncles, but before them, nobody had the cancer or the Parkinson's or the Alzheimer's, none of that. But that generation just ahead of me, or those two generations, they started picking up the cancer. But we were farmers, and they used, whatever was available on the market. They called it sucker dope and the pesticides and all that. And these men went out through the tobacco fields and sprayed the shit out of the plants, and they were right there breathing it. No kind of masks or no kind of air filtration. And everybody in my family on my dad's side ended up with cancer, one form or another. Every single one of them, 5 siblings and my grandmother. So
Yeah.
I'm dead set. I know where cancer comes from. It's man-made. It's chemical toxins, as Approach said just a second ago. It's just toxin.
Yeah. Glyphosate.
Right. Yeah.
It's obvious if people open their minds and their eyes. It's obvious. Cancer and Alzheimer's and these types of dementia come from chemicals, the environment, terrain theory versus germ theory, which is bullshit.
Well, all people have to
They
really
want you
do
to think that all these
how much
diseases.
Go on, Approach.
Sorry, they want to make you think that all these diseases were in the olden days, but I don't believe in the olden days anybody had any diseases. I believe everyone is healthy. Personally,
Do you know,
doesn't make
though,
sense why nature would fuck up that bad.
seriously, if my father, and I still push this to people, okay, I mean, your choice as to whether you want to do it or not, but I still stick to what they used to do. If we ended up with a fever, my mother used to wrap our feet with ripped up sheet or whatever she had. She would get the black vinegar, soak the cloth into the black vinegar, wrap our feet up with it, and guaranteed by morning our fever was gone. If my father had a sore throat or he felt that he was getting sick with the flu or whatever, Dad would hit Johnny Walker. That was his favorite, okay? I'm not saying he would get hammered. I mean, I make a joke out of that when I say to people, get yourself a good bottle of scotch or whatever and get hammered. But my father would do that for toothaches as kids. He would give us some and he would tell us to hold it in our mouth, lean your face over to the side where the tooth is hurting, and you hold it there. And it would sting like shit. But by the time you spat it out, because he never told us to swallow it, I mean, alcohol was not hidden from us, because hidden fruit is sweeter, right? It was never hidden from us as kids. If we wanted to try something, Dad was always ready to say, "Yeah, here, you can have a sip or you can have whatever." But
Right.
so
Yeah.
once you spat it out, your toothache was gone. I mean, these were the home fucking remedies that people went by. Never at any point did I see my parents back then talk about that they were on any kind of meds for anything. They just fucking weren't.
Well, if
They
your
weren't.
grandpa or whoever would have had fluoride, he wouldn't have had a toothache.
Yeah. Most unnatural thing. It's pretty satanic if you
Yeah.
think about it.
Fluoride, yeah, fluorosilicic acid. That's it
Lovely,
right out.
love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on well water with no fluoride, but the city wants
That's
to bring
cool.
in city water, which comes from a nice clean lake, but they're going to add fluoride to it, and I'm stomping my feet about it
Yeah,
with the locals here.
I bought an old house. Originally, it had a well, and the well's still here, and it might be functional. The pump's still in the basement, and the pump runs, but it's connected to the county, I guess, water, which they add fluoride. And it was funny. The previous owners said that the county came in and they were running the lines down the road, and in turn they put fire hydrants up too, because that was part of it.
Oh, that's the
Yeah,
pull.
and they made them
That's
buy
what my
it.
neighbors all say. We get fire hydrants.
Yeah, yeah, and they made them buy it. And they said, "Well, if you
Hmm.
don't take it now, it's going to cost you a lot in the future." Shit like that. So
Yeah, I'm
they did
wondering
it.
why in the hell does the city want to run? Because I'm in the sticks, but the city wants to run 2-year project to bring city water out here. I'm like, why? We have a lovely community well system. We don't need your shit. But they're pushing hard. They're selling hard to the people on the council or whatever that handle our well system, and they're all buying it. They took a poll, sent out an email, and there's like 70 people here in the community, and my sister and I voted no, and it was like 63-7 in favor. I'm like, come on.
Wow. Wow.
We've got a beautiful thing.
Yeah, the people that like when they had the water connected, they bitched about the taste. The well water was better than the county water. They didn't like the chlorine because it
Yeah,
is
you get
strong. Because I
the
smell it
natural.
too. I have filters. I mean, we don't drink the water, so it's filtered. They put a double filter in the kitchen, so you can for drinking water. It's double filtered charcoal and all the good shit, so it gets rid of that. But man, when you take a shower where it's
I
not filtered, I can smell the chlorine.
You can,
Yeah.
Dean,
Oh
especially like
yeah.
I said to
Yeah,
people, if
yeah.
you walk away from it, right? If you walk away from tap water and
Yeah, so
just
much you don't
simple
even
tap
need
water,
soap, man. Just go and you get chlorine. It's like you're disinfected every time you hit the shower.
the thing is though, if you walk away from it, if you walk away from your tap water, then you come back to it and turn that tap on, you can smell the fucking fluoride or whatever it is coming out of the fucking tap when you turn the tap on. It's
Yeah, I
no
can smell
different to when you
chlorine.
go
Yeah,
have a shower, okay?
yeah,
I mean, you've got the shower curtain that closes you into that little cubicle, then you close the bathroom door. I mean, that's like getting into a frigging chamber somewhere
gas
and
chamber.
literally
Yeah,
wanting to knock yourself off breathing the fucking fumes in.
Auschwitz.
Exactly.
yeah.
Hey, for
Damn.
me, the way I perceive this, it's and I don't want to be conspiratorial, but it smells like Agenda 21 because
Oh,
the cities and the counties want to take this municipal control to where they don't have control over our water, and if some shit goes down, they can shut our water down. Where if
Well,
we
look,
just stayed on our well system, they can fuck off.
Michael,
But
look what
now
they do in
we're under their
Africa.
control.
I
What's
mean,
that?
in Africa, people have to, the well is literally fucking locked. People have to purchase, I don't know what it is, tokens or some shit where they actually go to the well and they have to stick this thing in there or whatever to get a litre or two of fucking water out of there.
Wow. You know, I still have the well on my property. It used to be a pump, but it got rotted and stuff. I can rebuild it.
The thing is, all these signs, though, are there for people. The amount of times that I've gone and I'll always check to like with my sister or my other family members to see if it's happening at their place. Like I've gone outside and I'm always barefoot majority of the time, right? So when I'm watering my plants or I'm hosing down my paving or my concrete or whatever it is that I'm doing, there are times when that water sprinkles back onto my legs. It's like where the little tiny drips have hit. It's like my skin is burning. It's like stinging to the point where I have to rub my hands over my legs to get whatever this fucking water or whatever the fuck it is off me. To me, that is not normal.
No.
Or, for example, when I'm squirting the paving or whatever, and I'm literally seeing that the water is soaping up. It's literally fucking soaping up in front of my eyes, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Donna
Yeah.
Pierce said in the chat that no veggies and salad grew in drought off the tap water. I've experienced that. And on this well water up here, our shit is growing like crazy. Even with the chemtrail rain and all that stuff. They love the well water.
Michael,
Yeah.
I've noticed it just with the plants that I plant. You know what I mean? That I put into pots and stuff. Like if I can see when that water starts coming out, I never used to before, but now I'm taking more note of it. If I can see that water is bubbling up when it hits the fucking concrete and it's like soapy, I won't water my plants. I will leave it for the next day, hopefully that whatever they've put in there gets used up by everybody. And then when I go and do it the next day, you don't get that soapiness anymore. So you can clearly fucking see that something every so often is being chucked in the water. And to me, since when, if water lands on your body or spits back off the concrete onto your body, that it's going to feel like it's fucking burning?
Yeah. That's wild.
To be honest with you
people,
all, I think raw milk is what you should be drinking, or blood. These things are really good for hydrating. Better than water. Better than water, I believe. I've been living off raw milk for a while.
Wow.
see, raw
stuff you guys
milk.
need.
The human being, the only
Yeah.
mammal that still drinks off the teat after they've been weaned.
I
I
seriously
didn't
believe
make
it.
that up. Somebody, I screwed it right up, but somebody else came up with that thing. I don't know, man. I still
I
like
don't know.
milk once in a while, but I don't make it a habit.
So what
If
you were
it's raw
saying
milk,
earlier
make
on
sure it's
about
raw milk. Raw milk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
what you were saying about raw milk. When we lived in the farming community, obviously we had cows, and my ma used to go down like every morning with the bucket and whatever and milk the cows. But when she would bring it home, the closest that milk had anything done to it was my ma would actually put the fire poker into the fire, and she would like get it till it like leave it in there until it was, I'm talking red hot, right? Like literally red fucking hot, like you were about to transform the metal. She would then take that and she would stick it
Jeez.
into the pot milk. No, that was just in case there was any bacteria or anything in the
Quick
actual cow's milk.
pasteurize. Yeah.
Pardon?
No such
Quick
thing as
mass
bad
drive.
bacteria. No such thing as bad bacteria.
Oh, listen, maybe there wasn't, but this is what they used to do.
Yep,
Okay,
that's what they
just
did.
in
Yeah.
case, just in case
And
the,
it worked.
the cow was sick or whatever. I mean, which was never visible. I mean, none of our cows were ever friggin' sick. But do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like now you go and buy milk in the store, and Lord knows what the fuck has been done to that before we actually bring it home. Do you know what I mean?
It's just
Like,
sugar water. It's just sugar water because the bacteria that's killed, it's supposed the lactase. It's supposed to be eating the lactose, the sugar. You should never buy store bought milk. No.
and another thing too, people
Oh my
don't
goodness.
realize that when it simply comes to milk, there is your normal standard cow, and then there are the cows that have A2 milk, right? Is it A2 or 2A? Apparently it's the
It's A2.
yeah, I think it's the Guernsey. Is it the Guernsey? It's not Jersey. I think it's the Guernsey cow. They're the brown ones that have the better milk. But in saying that, my daughter did some research on it, and she came back with saying that we should not, as humans, be drinking cow's milk. Why? Because the cow's milk is designed to create that calf that is born to help it get big quick, right? So that was
Yeah.
designed like for a cow. It's not designed for us to drink. So if we are to drink milk, our body pretty much can, what's the word that I'm looking for? Process. Okay. For a human body, it is easier for to process goat's milk because it's a smaller animal, right? Rather than a cow. Cow's milk, like I said, is designed to create a calf or help a calf become big quick. So the smaller the animal, the
Well,
easier the milk is to process in the body.
Well, they're talking about putting us on
I personally
cockroach.
believe
That was a Jeff C.
we shouldn't be living off milk, off raw milk as a food. However, I believe we can get many nutrients from raw milk, even though it's necessarily made for us. Breast milk, of course, is made for us, but I just believe it's a good hydration. It's better than water because we at least get some nutrients out of it. But we should really be eating raw meat. Raw meat's what we should be eating. But I don't think there's anything against raw milk personally.
Listen, at the end of the day, if I'm going to go back on the and I'm going to use anybody as an example, I would look at both my parents, how they grew up. Okay, they grew up on meat and vegetables and fruit and whatever. There was never no medications, right? It was just they ate. They worked hard. They ate well.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they partied hard. When they drank, the guys, when they
Yeah.
would sit down and drink, they would drink, right? Looking at them, and this is what I was trying to say to my family, especially my kids. It's good to be watchful on what goes into your mouth as far as like junk food and whatever. It's good to try and eat as much healthy food as you can. But the difference between my parents' era and my children's era is the fact that so many more chemicals and medications have been introduced into the world. So many more people are totally on so many fucking meds that they probably don't even need 3/4 of them, if any. All the chemical sprays that have been sprayed, all the fluoride that has been added to everything. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, I try and encourage my
They're all
kids.
synthetic.
Yeah, I try and encourage my kids, don't not eat what my mother used to cook, right? Like, for example, barley. If you like boil barley, just barley, okay? If you wash it well and then just boil it, the actual water that is left with the barley juices in it is good for high blood pressure. My mother used to do that. Do you know what I mean? It's in the food that we already have. The sad part is like I said, the difference now, you've got the seeds, you've got wheat, I'm assuming they would have done it to barley and everything fucking else. Everything is now genetically modified. It's all just fucking genetically modified.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's hard now to choose to say, well, okay, I'll just eat barley. I won't touch the wheat because really wheat is not designed for humans. Okay, the body finds it hard to digest, hence is why bread and everything that goes
Yeah.
into bread, you know, is stacked
Undigestible.
on.
Undigestible fiber. Yeah.
Exactly. But
It's
the
shit.
thing is,
It's
even
shit.
if you were to choose the
But people still
barley,
think they should be eating it.
even though people might choose the barley instead of the wheat and go, well, it's all genetically fucking modified. I mean, the closest that you could possibly get to something that hasn't been fucking sprayed is like, but even then, you know, I'm thinking banana, orange, anything that you have to peel. But if they're making seeds, if they're doing all seeds as genetically modified, where is the organic shit left? There is none.
Yeah, try finding wild apples. Wild apples in nature are actually sour. Believe it or not, there's no actual sweet apple in nature. They're all sour. But no, I believe we should be having some sugar in our diet, but not too much.
I got sour apple
But yeah,
trees.
apples are just sugar balls. Oh, that's good. Yeah, those are
It's like
cool to
the
eat,
Yeah, the
but
I love them.
not the sugar balls.
The orange tree that I have out the front, that I actually got the cutting from my dad before he passed away. He had gotten that cutting from a gentleman that had his property for many, many years, right? And Dad used to do the gardening there. So he took a cutting off his orange tree, brought it home, planted it. It took off. And then prior to Dad passing away, he said to me, he says, dig it out and take it home. That tree out the front now, which I thought would never fruit, and my neighbour kept telling me, oh no, you need to dig that out and chuck it because, you know, it won't fruit, whatever. But I thought, no, that came from my dad, you know, he's going to show fruit. Fruit's going to show up when he feels like fucking putting fruit on it. You know what I mean? But anyway, I persisted, I watered it and I let it grow. It now is covered in oranges, but those oranges
Nice.
are so fucking sour.
Uh-huh.
And I think to myself, like, you go to the shop and you buy oranges and they're all nice and so sweet and whatever. And I think to myself, hang on a minute, is that one out the front here the original fucking orange, but everything else that's just like cranked up with sugar now
GMO.
is genetically modified?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
GMO
Yeah.
shit.
Exactly.
Might have something to do with the type of sunshine or whatever. The way Florida is, but it's not by the. It's close to the equator, but not quite.
What's the one fruit? The fruit that hasn't been messed with at all. It's where bees or wasps die in. What are they called again? I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but look up the fruit that wasps die in. That's the fruit that hasn't been messed with, so you're safe to eat that just fine.
Oh,
As a general, if you want some sugar in your diet, that's
like
what
the
you should be
beet
eating.
or something, sugar beets or.
Beets are fine, but they're not called beets. They're what are they called? They're native plants that are not messed with at all yet. So, let me. I don't want to look it up. I don't know if I'll be disconnected. But
Yams.
if any of you want to look it up, you should.
I mean, people need to just look inside their homes, you know. Again, only take what resonates from what I'm saying. Only take what resonates to you, and the rest, ditch, because that's what I do. Everywhere I go, everything that I hear, everything that I read, I only take what resonates to me, you know. But when we're looking at chemicals and how many chemicals we are ingesting and breathing in, whichever way, whether it goes in your mouth, on your skin, or whatever, okay. Just look in your household, open up your cupboards. Open up your cupboards and pull out everything that you can't eat, okay? That you cannot eat. And see how many chemicals you yourself are screwing your own body over every fucking day or every time you use those things. There's
Oh
nothing
yeah, the
wrong with
government tells
frozen
you
water.
you shouldn't be eating raw meat. Yet
You know, there's nothing wrong with
carnivores in
frozen
nature eat
water.
raw meat.
Yeah, but where does your raw meat
Oh
come from?
man,
Have those
make sure it's
cows
grass fed.
ingested pesticide? Have they been,
Right.
jabbed with antibiotics? It's like anybody can say this
I
is
make
what's
sure I
healthy,
eat.
this is what's better
Yeah.
for you. But at the end of the day, I think if it's been unadulterated, whether it's a fruit, a vegetable, or a meat, then you're probably okay. But we're way outside of that realm at this point, because I don't care if you're getting raw milk from your neighbor or you're eating raw meat from Walmart. It's all the same shit, dude.
I bought
You
meat
can
from
think
Well,
what you want,
a
but
place.
when you really analyze it, yeah, it's not unadulterated.
Yeah, I
I don't
bought.
care where you're getting
make
your
this
shit.
for make this for a rule. No hormones added. No antibiotics added. No vaccines added. And what's the fourth one? I made it for a rule. Let me remember it.
Well, that's all good, but what are you eating right now?
Um,
Where does it come from?
oh, it's 100% grass-fed meat. I get it
Right, but
from a
what's
butchery
the
in Georgia.
grass? What's the grass? You got to take it
So
a
the thing
step further,
is,
man.
if it's actually bad for you, you would feel it in your stomach. You would feel it in your stomach. Yeah, this stuff's been treating me well. And
Dude, I
that
can eat
makes
a
me feel
protein
great.
bar and feel
So,
fine, and I know it's shit.
See,
mm,
that's what I was trying to
have
tell
you
you
ever
earlier
eaten
on.
raw meat?
Sloth, that's
Yeah,
what I
there's
was
just
trying
no
to tell you.
escaping the unadulterated aspect of all food, and it's part of the agenda. You just can't get away from it.
Sloth, that's what I was saying
I
to you
believe we are
earlier on.
carnivores.
When I went back to the
Well, that's
farming
fine. I
I
don't
don't
think
like
community,
so.
eating steak. I like meat.
Oh, I
I
like
just
meat
had
too,
chicken.
but there's no clean food out
Yeah,
there, is my point.
yeah, yeah. They're all
It's a
been
done
Oh
deal.
no,
steroids.
meat is what we should be eating based on our digestive tracts. We cannot digest cellulose, which all omnivores can. There's no herbivores that exist. All
I get that.
omnivores can digest
I get that.
meat
But what
and
about your meat?
plant oils.
yeah, Sloth, I think
Right.
What Michael is saying is if the cow or whatever is eating the grass, what's already been sprayed on the grass, which is why I brought up
Yeah,
the farming community that I went to visit a couple of
And the
years back,
chemtrails.
and I showed up there, and this guy's got 4 big ass plastic see-through fucking containers there. I'm talking the size of water tanks. When I asked him what it was, he said Roundup. And I said, what the fuck do you want that much Roundup for? And he goes, we have to spray the paddies. Now, where do the sheep
Fuck that.
eat? Where do the cows eat? Do you know what I mean? This is what
yeah.
they're eating.
Yeah.
Pretty basic
That's
logic. Right
Most
there.
satanic thing you'll ever see. Oh my goodness.
yeah.
It's so unnatural, it's not even funny, yet everyone just accepts it for what it is. Oh my goodness.
Glyphosate. That's Roundup. Glyphosate.
I mean, if people just took note of what they had in their house, everything that they purchase on a regular basis, if they came home and they said, okay, what is actually in this product? Every majority of people have got the internet and look up those products, those ingredients, okay, on the products that you have purchased and show yourself what it is that you are eating. I mean, we buy a can of peas because we assume they're fucking peas out the garden and you don't think about it anymore, you know? These peas just, they got picked, they got washed, whatever, they got chucked in a can and they ended up in your household. But if you have a look
They got
at the
cicadas in them.
stage that those things go through just to get to your fucking house, you'd never want to. You'd throw the fucking can out with the peas in it. You wouldn't put the peas on your plate. But people don't look at this kind of stuff. They just go to the shop, they chuck everything in the trolley, they buy it, they come home, they eat it, and that's the end of it. We don't know what we're fucking eating most of the time.
Yeah.
Right. And if you look at
Buy it in a metal
off-gassing,
can.
so you go get some grass-fed meat. What's it come in? A paper bag or a piece of styrofoam with some plastic over it. And then you look at the products in your home, your furniture, even the clothes you wear, the chemicals that are added to those. You know, there's your cancer, there's your Alzheimer's, there's your dementia, there's off-gassing in the damn wood that your house is built out of and the drywall. It's
Oh
a
my God.
compounding factor.
Yeah.
Seriously, I mean, how many people know when they go buy a lounge suite or they go buy whatever and they bring it home, it gets delivered and it comes straight into your house? How many people know that that shit is covered in formaldehyde? How many people bother to wipe it down? You know that you're not supposed to put anything new straight into your house. You're supposed to literally leave it outside so that it airs out before putting it into your home. Nobody does that. It's covered in formaldehyde. Your clothes, when you
Wow.
purchase clothes, we go into change rooms and we try these fucking clothes on. They're covered in formaldehyde. They cover this shit with formaldehyde so that bugs don't get into them, so that bugs don't eat the fucking clothing, so that the bugs don't eat the lounge suites. You know what I mean? How many people
never
bring
knew
new
that.
clothes home
That's
and they don't
new.
bother washing them?
Wow.
They don't bother washing them before
I
they
never knew
actually
that.
wear them. Covered in formaldehyde, mate.
I remember
I guess
dissecting a frog.
I guess you never heard of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion.
Whoa. Sorry.
That's a
about
good one for you.
that. I dissected a formaldehyde frog when I was a kid. Science class. Cut the frog open. It stunk, man. Formaldehyde. The whole classroom was, everybody was cutting one open.
And what do they use formaldehyde for?
Embalming.
Where did it exactly? Where did it come from? What are they still using it for? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
It's to keep things from living. They used to put it in the treated lumber, you know, the green stuff. The treated lumber used to have formaldehyde in it because mold wouldn't grow on it.
you know what my father used to do
Satanic.
when it came
That's
to wood or
satanic.
post or
Yeah,
whatever?
it could be, man.
If my father wanted to like build something and to stop the white ants getting to it, he would literally use used sump oil. He would use that in the chicken pen to stop the fleas or the ticks, whatever you want to call them. He would get, like, if he needed to bury a pole somewhere, if he was building something, or fence posts or whatever, he would like get used sump oil and he would dip the pole into the sump oil right up to where it was going to go into the ground, and then he would bury it. I mean, okay, oil, obviously, that's it's some fucked up
Waterproof.
shit and whatever, but at least it's not Roundup for this and formaldehyde for that and chlorine for that and this for that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It was one constant thing. If it didn't have to be used, it never got fucking used. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now, no matter where you look, like I said, do yourself a favor, go through your cupboards and just pull out what you cannot eat. Start in the laundry, go into your toilet, because many people buy sprays and fucking the toilet sprayer, like you need a spray for everything. Each to their own, right? Each to their own.
Yeah.
But just pull out of the cupboards in every room what you cannot eat and see how much poison you have in your own house that you purchased yourself.
You spend money for them to poison
That's right.
your life. Oh my god.
And you're paying for it. And don't think that I wasn't one of those. You know, I used to look. I got sick and tired of scrubbing the fucking shower tiles. This is going years back, right? Because I used to use Ajax and a scrubbing brush. Got sick and tired of fucking doing it, and I thought I need to find myself a spray that's literally gonna fucking just do it for me. And then when I started waking up to shit, I thought, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what is wrong with getting in there with some fucking Ajax like my mother used to and a scrubbing brush and working out my fucking muscles? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's exercise, it's movement. Rather than spray your bathroom with something, close the door, you're nearly passing out while you're spraying the fucking tiles. Like, that should be a red flag in itself, right? And then closing the bathroom door.
Like bleach.
And then we do it to ourselves, people. We're doing it to ourselves. It's that simple. Stop buying it. They can't sell it. They stop making it. While you keep buying it, they're gonna keep making it.
Oh.
And then on your second week, if you really want to get fucking dangerous, pull out of your cupboard the things that you actually do eat. And like I said, get on the internet and check out every ingredient that is in there and mark down how many of those you have no idea what the fuck they are. We don't know what we're eating.
Nope.
Most people are eating sugar, fiber, grain sludge. That's what everyone mostly eats. Yeah. I believe we
Mate,
should
I
only be
used
eating
to-
meat, personally.
Mate, I used to think I was a caffeine addict, okay, because I used to drink a
That's
lot of
right.
coffee. Thought I was a caffeine addict until I decided that's it, I'm cutting out on sugar, whatever. When I cut out the sugar in my
Right.
coffee and I went to take a sip of my coffee, oh my God, the coffee tasted like fucking shit. And I thought, I ain't a caffeine addict, I was a fucking sugar addict.
Yeah, from my experience.
Coffee is horrible. It just brings you adrenal fatigue.
Yeah, sugar and grains are poison, in my opinion, or from my experience, not my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
No grain,
No,
no
that's
sugar.
true.
I mean, my body tells me when I eat sugar or grain, yeah, it manifests in something unpleasant known as candida.
You wonder why 1.5 people in our world get diabetes or heart disease, whatever. It's because everyone eats sugar, rice, oatmeal. All these things are considered to be healthy. They're actually sugar loaded. So bread, a slice of bread has like tablespoons of sugar. So
Oh, what do they say? A
Goodness.
teaspoon of sugar will help the medicine go down.
Yeah, something like
The
that.
medicine shit and the sugar
oh my
shit.
god.
Yeah, they propagandized that shit years ago. That was Mary Poppins or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Put it right in your face, and you just
Yeah,
trolley along with it.
they sure did, man.
Can I just address
Yeah.
chat briefly, please? 997 Underground. If this is all bollocks to you, there are 1,000,001 videos on YouTube that you can go and watch that aren't bollocks. If you stay on topic here or whatever, you're fine to stay. But yeah, just know that I'm watching.
Yo.
But we don't. People try. You can try. You know, buy the fruit, buy the. I get scared. I seriously get scared, and I mentioned this to you guys before. When I walk into a supermarket, and down here at the Coles, for example, I pretty much when you walk into the door part, like the first thing that you see is the fruit and veg department, right? I get scared because it's all just fucking shiny. Do you know what I
Hello,
mean? Like
how
it's
you
all
doing?
just shiny. And that shininess scares the fuck out of me because everything looks like you remember in
Wax.
the olden days, you remember when parents used to have sitting on the table a plastic fruit? Like you could find the plastic grapes and the plastic apples and the plastic oranges, and they'd put them in a basket and stick them on
Yeah.
the fucking table. Dude, when I walk into the Coles fruit and veg section, that's what it reminds me of is plastic fruit. It's just all too fucking shiny for me.
Yeah, remember when you would take the grapes, you pluck them off the little plastic thing, put them in your mouth, squeeze them with your teeth, and they would stick to your tongue? Remember that shit? Yummy.
Little suction cups.
Yeah, exactly.
How y'all doing?
Hey Glenn, how you doing, mate?
What's up, Glenn?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, doing okay.
Is there a
Everybody, this is
pacemaker
obviously
making that
Glenn.
noise?
Glenn, there's Michael here, there's Dean, and there's Sloth. You can either call him Approach or you can call him Sloth. Sloth is easier, it's shorter.
Okay.
Or just call
Michael,
him
hello.
Meat Man.
Dean, hello.
Meat.
Swamp, hello.
Where you at, Glenn?
Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Yep.
Love it.
Oh, sweet.
I lived there for a while. I'm up in Georgia now.
Glenn's in
Oh,
alligator
okay.
country.
We know
I
as
lived in Idaho
alligator.
for
We
all
also
my
known
life.
as the crocodile.
Oh, crocodiles.
Yeah, y'all got crocodiles
Crocodile?
now, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
And I swim. And I got big enough balls to swim with both of them.
Helps you float.
Crocodile.
Helps you float.
Aren't crocodiles over in the Amazon or something like that? And gators are in Florida?
No, they got
Something like
crocs.
that.
They got crocs in Florida and Louisiana now, man.
Or Australia's
migrate.
got crocs. I think Florida's gators.
Oddly enough,
gators.
I've never
Only gators.
seen a gator here. Never seen
No,
a gator
Can I
yet.
be honest with you, mate?
Crocodile,
I don't want to
think
see
a
gators and I don't
crocodile
want to
is
see
native of the Nile.
I don't want to see
No,
crocs
dude.
or alligators.
Is that a
Yeah.
pacemaker or something?
You can tell the difference in alligator and
Yeah,
crocodile. Alligator, get up 15 foot. Crocodile get up about around 20 foot. And on crocodile, both jawbone move at the same time. And alligator on the top move.
There you
I
go.
think, I think Glenn has got a frog or something or other in the background that is doing that.
Yeah, tree frog.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
it was a pacemaker.
I'm
It
guilty of that.
sounds
I got,
cool.
She's gonna
I
blow.
kidnapped Kermit the Frog.
Take cover. Good thing it
I'm
said
sorry I had
speed
to
up.
say that. Kidnapped to come with the fog.
Oh, that's all right. Sometimes when I go live, or if I jump on somebody else's panel, then depending on what time of the day it is, like if it's just turned evening or whatever, the crickets, especially during summer, the crickets outside my window just start going fucking berserk. There he goes.
Well, at least we know what it is. It's a creeper.
Guys, just keep on talking amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Listen to the mind control.
All right, Perth.
Yeah, hopefully the bullfrogs chime in there, Glenn.
Well, it's just now getting dark
The
here.
frags are wanting to
Tony
join
Dog.
in.
Run.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
My one friend told me, he goes, I hate going camping. He goes, the frogs keep saying my name all night, going, run.
Well, you know what's bad? I deal with not only I swim with alligator and crocodile, I play with the snapping turtles.
Oh yeah.
Whose
You
alarm
know.
is that?
I don't
How
know.
big did the snapping turtles get down there?
So far the one I caught that I caught just last year is so big can't if you get a 5 gallon bucket, you can't fit it in a 5 gallon bucket. You got get a 25 gallon bucket put it in.
Damn.
That garbage can, yeah.
Yeah, we caught a 27-pound snapping turtle back when I was about 18. He was a monster.
Wow.
Bigger than any
Oh,
fish
yeah.
I ever caught. We caught a lot of fish on trot lines. Y'all run trot lines down there, Glenn?
Oh yes sir, we sure do. We run trot line, we do dueling, we do
Bush line?
tight line, we pretty much do it all.
Nice, man. Makes it easy, doesn't it? And then you can just
Yeah,
run
it
your
does.
trot line out, sit back and do some cooking, drink some beer, and then go out at midnight or depending on the moonshine, go out and get your fish and just load them in the boat.
Oh yeah, well I'm pretty like this, I live in the country part of Louisiana, and I got access, free access to the pond. Okay, and and what's so cool, if you go watch some of my live, you will catch one where pick up a loggerhead by its tail,
Yeah.
and I want to tell you now, these type of loggerhead I deal with, I want to tell you now, y'all gonna be scared shitless.
Y'all ever do any hand grabbing down there or noodling?
Yep.
Yeah, we used to do a lot of that back in the day too. That's almost like cheating, ain't it?
Yeah, well, reason why I don't do that as much because simple fact, when you do that, you liable to pull out snakes and fish.
Wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that nowadays, but we did a lot of it back in the day. We just go in the creek and find a good slick rock, and you know where a catfish was laying and nesting, and just block all the holes and pull that sumbitch out with bloody knuckles for sure.
Oh, I'm tell you now, here in Louisiana, at one river that we got, called Red River. I'm gonna tell you now, nobody ain't gonna have guts to deal with one of them because they get over 200 pounds.
Yeah, that's a little much for a couple of dudes.
Yeah, Hey, I want to tell you now, I had to deal with 200-pound catfish. And you talking about one heck of a workout, that 200 pound? It gave me one hell of a workout. Yeah, I was using Walmart special, one of them Wally Wheels or Walmart specials. You still got it.
On a rod? You got a 200-pound catfish on a rod?
Yes, sir. With a
Damn.
12-pound test line.
No way.
Yep.
Dead ass.
So are you on the bayou or where you at?
Cliche.
Right now, I ain't the heart of the woods. The nearest lake closest to me is 15 miles away.
All right. You know where Slidell is?
Oh, yep, I know exactly where it's at.
Yeah, I used to live down there. Slidell and Metairie and Louisiana.
Yeah. I had
Right.
had guy of mine that worked at nursery home there in Slidell.
Yeah. Yeah, I was right there on the Pontchartrain.
Oh, yeah, I know that spot you're talking about. The nursery home should be not that far from there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I sure did like the food down there. Hell, you could go to a convenience store and get a shrimp po' boy that knock your socks off.
Oh yeah. Well, no, Louisiana does not is known as good Cajun cooking.
Glenn, do you know that good friends of my of my daughters and her hubby, they actually have a business. They make Cajun food, and they travel around WA and whatever, people that want Cajun food at parties and stuff like that, or if there's shows somewhere, they go around making Cajun food.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Do they like doing that, huh?
Oh, listen, they're making good money out of it.
Oh yeah. I have met a few people that does that for a living. Go like different states. They get in the cook what we call a cook off, like barbecue cook off and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they don't like the Louisiana people, the Cajun people, because we make the mean knockout punch cooking. You make you beg for some more.
I think this is quite hilarious. We've got the frogs at Glenn's place. It's a shame that I don't have the crickets going here. We could probably crank the sound up and see if they actually talk to one another.
Yeah, I had the rain going on the tin roof a while ago, but I'm muted. But I'm just wondering, Glenn, what do you think about all this pandemic and all that shit going on? How's that playing out down in your world?
I'm pretty like is when you first see it, they drip out shut everything down, and about within a week they open everything up, but they made everybody wear masks. There's the few that didn't need wear masks, had some kind of medical history like me, way my years is. I couldn't wear masks. They knew that couldn't wear masks, and they didn't force me to wear it, and now they open everything up where you can walk in without mask.
Yeah, it's about time. I was in Middle Georgia a year and a half ago, and I kind of saw all this shit coming on. Perth can kind of vouch for that. I kind of started sounding the alarm back in probably December, January, 19 and 20, and I living with my sister, and I was like, we got to get the hell out of here. And we moved up to the mountains of northwest Georgia, and I have not worn a mask one time. The Ace store around here, no employees ever wore a mask through the whole thing, and the jab rates are super low up here. So I've been extremely fortunate. I have not donned a freaking mask, and I'm so thankful for that. Haven't had to. I've been able to go to Lowe's and Home Depot and Walmart and all that shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
no. Fortunately, fortunately, me, where I live at, only like eight. We got possible little over 2,000 people living in the city I'm at. And where the city I'm at ain't really that big. If you know where Shreveport, Louisiana is,
Oh yeah.
where Shreveport, Louisiana, actually, it takes like about eight, the city I'm at to equal Shreveport.
Hello? Am I lagging out?
you did freeze up there for a while, Sloth, but you're back now.
All right, I opened the door. Yeah, it looks like the Wi-Fi is just having a hard time coming in. Basically, what I was saying was the Floridians. There are plenty of them that think this thing is worth their life, but there's lots of people who don't care about this, and I'm impressed with Florida more than Idaho. I just moved from Idaho, so this place sounds awesome.
Yeah, I feel for
That's what I wanted to
what
say.
people in
Wait, what's it?
Victoria.
Yeah.
You guys have a lockdown again.
Michael,
And
that's why I
assholes
was saying there's something else going on down there, because of all the states here in Australia, you would kind of think that it would be a continuous thing everywhere, and it's not. It seems to always be Victoria for some odd reason. Why they are shutting shit down over a few people having it, you know, I mean, if they could turn around and say like they were before, there's 300, there's 400, there's 500, there's 10,000, I could understand that, even though I'm not one of those that, you know, to me, it's just a bad, nasty fucking flu. But there's got to be something else going on, because the amount of lockdown that those people have gone into, that can't be good for anybody.
Y'all Australians, why don't there's a few other countries that I like talk to because it's y'all accent and the way y'all talk. Ain't no similar from us right in Louisiana.
You know, I think maybe there's more testing being done down there on 5G and all the rest of it. There's something else in the woodwork down there. It's not just that, you know, it's not just what they're broadcasting. Because if that was the case, we'd all constantly, every state would constantly be opening, shutting, opening, shutting, opening, shutting, but we're not. It's always Victoria.
yeah, I won't mention any names, but
I'm back.
One small channel in Victoria. It's a young girl. You probably aware of her. I know you don't like people mentioning names, but man, she is pissed because they just do a kind of like rolling blackouts. They just do rolling shutdowns. Just okay,
Yeah.
shut down, and then all the businesses and corporations just file right in line. No mask, no service. Well, I got my shirt and my shoes and my pants on. It's just, and I haven't experienced that, so it's only empathy, you know, for me. I can't imagine that. I would have gone absolutely berserk if I had to wear a mask and go get tested and get vaxxed to just go to the damn store. It's just unreal. So I hate it for anybody that's going through that. Such bullshit based
It
on
does.
no
Michael, you
science.
have to feel bad for these kids. These kids, you have to feel bad for. Parents are vaccinating these kids.
It's just
It's one thing if
reverberation.
you want to have your own personal choice, but Jesus,
Yeah.
you do it to your kids. Come on.
It's worse than a
Yeah, I
tragedy.
got a question about what the most deadly snake in Australia?
The deadliest snake in Australia?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think I think it's the brown snake. I'm not 100% sure on that, Glenn, but I know that the brown snake can do a lot of damage. With all the ones that we've got, I mean, shit, who can fucking keep up with the bastards? The last case that I heard of, seriously, the last case that I heard of was some guy on a farm. He was checking his property, I think it was, with on a trail bike, and this thing just came at him. Right, got him. I think it was on the leg as he went past on the trail bike, and he reckons he doesn't exactly have small hands, but to get this thing off himself, he reckons that the size of it was just fucking huge.
Yeah, I know here
There
in
you go.
Louisiana, we got two of 'em, one called water motskin, the other one called copperhead. Will come at you. And I had two separate cases. Two of them came at me while I was sitting at a pond. They came all the way across the pond, towards me, and they coiled up like they fishing straight. Well, I swung at them before they even did. I killed one, but I scared the other one before they even got a chance. But they so deadly. If you don't get it to hospital in time, you will die within less than 5 seconds.
Well, put it this way, Vic
Whoa.
says that it's a yellow belly brown, so obviously it's the brown snake. But that guy that the last guy that I read about, and that was the only reason I think they put the story out there, was because the damn thing was so big, as in not necessarily length, but the thickness of it. You know what I mean? He got airlifted, I think, out. Got taken to a hospital and whatever. But I would say, being on a farm, I'm pretty sure that he would have been prepared with whatever injection he would have had to have given himself. I don't recall the full story to it, but a lot of farmers now have kits where they can keep on hand just in case they do get bit.
Hey, Perth,
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
gotta just interject this. I thought that the most poisonous snake in Australia was Scott Morrison. Is that not true?
Oh, listen. Well, you can go with Morrison. You can go with Dan Anderson. You can go with fucking the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. Yeah, we got a lot of deadly snakes.
Talk about snakes, man, and the poison.
yeah, we got See, here in Louisiana, we got multiple poisonous snakes. We got the water motskin. With that one I just named, we got the copperhead. We got the western diamondback, eastern diamondback. We got timber rattlers and regular rattlers and ground rattlers. Yeah, poison that and them like that is just top 10 poison that we got. And if one them strike you, you got less than 5 seconds get to the hospital. If you don't, you better know what to do. Cut off the circulation where that snake bites you. And if you don't do that, make it to the hospital, you will be dead because that's how deadly the poisonous snake oil. And boy, I have seen people take the most deadly snakes and take the drink the poison out their mouth and you start drinking it. You won't even phase them. Of course, some people can drink it. The venom out of all these snakes and won't affect them. But somebody like me can't do that because it will kill them.
You got a good pair of snake boots, Glenn?
Yes, sir. And I also got something real long because I know here where I'm at, snake can jump, 2 times of the body length that a snake can jump.
Yeah,
See,
the snake boots I bought on the box, it said 90% of snake boots occur below the knee, and mine come up to the knee. But yeah, I wear them. We got rattlers and copperheads and all that shit up here.
do you know
And
of all
I
the
take it
years?
seriously. I know I don't like fret over it, but yeah, I protect myself when I'm out working.
I mean, of all the years that we spent like on the farm
Hey,
and
Glenn.
the years that my parents spent on the farming community and whatever, do you know that not once had any of us been bitten? We had 2 dogs that got bit, and that usually happens when Mum would go out in the paddock, like after Dad has gone around with the plough and whatever. It pulls up the leftover stumps, what we call mallee roots here. Like leftover stumps from trees and stuff, and then Ma goes around with the truck and she picks those up. Sometimes if there's too many, then she would make piles and they would get burnt off. But picking some of the bigger ones up, Dad used to teach her never to try and lift it up with her hands. She was to wrap a chain around it. He had a chain for her. She would just wrap a chain around it, tie it to the back of the truck, and then pull it out that way, because 9 times out of 10 there might be a snake underneath it. And the dogs always, obviously, when we would go out and do that, the dogs would come with us. So a couple of times we lost 2 dogs that got bit by a snake, and that was just in seconds. But none of us ever really, I mean, I stepped over one when I went to collect the eggs, because the chooks used to come out of the pen and they would go down to where the haystack was, right? Like my dad had this big ass haystack, because the bales, the way that they were, he would place them like one on top of the other. So by the time he was done, and then they would form a peak at the top, it looked like a literal rectangular house, right? So the chooks would go down there and they would, like, if they found a hole in amongst the hay and whatever, that's where they would lay their fucking eggs. So if I was looking for eggs, like collecting eggs, I wouldn't just go to the pen, I'd go down to the haystack as well. And because Dad used to obviously pull the hay out and whatever to feed the cows and stuff, there was hay scattered all around the actual big ass haystack. And as I was walking around it, I took a step, and as I was like looking down, I took a step, and between both of my feet, like obviously my legs were apart, between both of my feet, I saw this black head come up. Well, of course, I screamed, fucking bolted, started yelling out for Ma. She comes running down from the house, and Dad had made her like a very, very long, you know how you would see the length of a bamboo thingy before you cut it out of the ground. He had made one of those for her so she wouldn't have to get close to the snake. And she obviously started rustling the hay, whatever, this thing come out. It turned out it was a tiger snake. But I'd literally stepped over its head. But none of us ever got bit, you know? None of us ever got bit. We were lucky.
Yeah, we got one snake here. We call it the king snake. And we got that. See, one particular snake got that name because it go after go after the poisonous snake that I named off, and that what it does. It eats the other poisonous snake, and it won't bother nobody.
I think
Hey,
looking
Glenn.
looking back, thinking about it,
Oh.
I think we used to see more of them on the road when we were going somewhere rather than on the property, because most of the property or the section that we lived on, where the house was, where the summer kitchen was, where the shed was, all of that kind of stuff, Dad had cleared away all the vegetation, so you could literally see where you were walking. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think we saw most of them on roads rather than we did on the actual farming property. Sorry, Sloth, go on.
Glenn, I don't know if you know about this, but if you want to protect yourself from snakes, you should get a hat with the nets on the back. Believe it or not, that'll actually prevent a snake from penetrating your skin, which will infect your body. So, just if you're curious.
Yeah. Well, I've been dealing with snakes a long time, and where we got a lot of snake. No, we got a lot of snake around, and well, I always carry a pellet rifle with me, so that way if I got good eyes, and I can
Mm-hmm.
pinpoint, and I know where the snake at. If I see snake, I can stay far enough back away. I got a good aim on pellet on any type of gun. What I do, I carry a high powered pellet rifle, and what I do when I go out deep in the woods, what I do, I keep that pellet gun with me, loaded at all time, just in case I see snakes, because we can do that.
Hey, Glenn, you all got bear down there?
Yes, sir. We got black bear and grizzly bear.
Yeah, we got black bear up here, man.
Yeah, there's lots of
see 'em.
grizzlies in Idaho too.
Yeah, we see them not regularly, but yeah, we just saw one the other day, and I see where they're like dragging trash around from dumbasses that don't know what to do with their trash when there's bears around. So I'm always I'm more worried, not
Yeah.
worried. I pay more attention to a bear sneaking up on me than me stumbling upon a snake, because they're here.
Do you know, you guys
Yeah,
have so
no,
many animals. You have so many animals that I seriously I think I would adopt them as pets, like squirrels, raccoons, bears, deer, stuff like that. To me, I'd be buying food just to feed them.
Oh no, you don't want them. The squirrel's fine, but they'll get in your rafters and shit. But the bears,
yeah.
you don't feed the bears. That saying is real. My
Well,
neighbor.
I'll tell you.
Mountain
Well,
lions.
I can tell you something
Mountain
else.
lions are terrible.
Yeah, we got one here in Louisiana called Black Panther, but he ain't really black. He just look
Ooh.
black. And well, they climb trees, and if you ain't looking, you ain't. If you don't know what a panther look like, you ain't. And you don't know about them, they will sneak attack you. They will climb up in the tree. They will jump you without you knowing. See, our bears here,
Yes,
like
mountain
the
lions
Black
do this
Panther.
too.
Yeah, I'd be more worried
Yeah.
about a big cat than a bear. Because if you make enough noise, the bear will
No
go
joke.
away. They want to avoid you, but cats like to stalk. So you just never know when one of those son of a bitches is going to jump on you.
Yeah,
see, I'm
I agree
not
with
keen
you.
on those.
Right.
I'm not keen on those, but as far as bears and deer and squirrel and raccoons and all that kind of stuff, yeah, I think I'd have a yard full.
Yeah, see, right here where I'm at, we don't worry about the smaller animal. The only thing we worry about is the snakes. We gotta worry about the coyote, fox, bear. We gotta worry about the panthers.
You're worried about a
The brown
fox?
recluse. The brown
I thought
recluse.
Louisiana's were tougher than that. I wouldn't be scared of no fox or coyote.
These fox here, where I'm at, they sneak attack you.
When you say fox, are you talking similar fox to the fox that we have here, or is it totally different?
The fox I'm talking about, they smaller, bobtail cat.
Are they about the size of the dog?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I've never known ours here to be dangerous. Do you know what I mean?
I didn't know fox were dangerous.
If you're a cat, a house cat, maybe. What
Yeah.
about some big burly Glen down there in the bayou?
Well, the thing about it, about 15 years ago, I seen fox went after a pack of fox, went after a cow. And it took a whole pack on just bring one cow down. Now something like a panther, I'd say maybe 2, 3 can take a cow down, but if they gotta go getting like something bigger, yeah, it might take a whole pack of one. But here's something I seen it happened in Louisiana, where Panther Quality River, to the island, and it grabbed a 15-foot alligator by its head, drug it off the bank on the island and sent the river, actual lake, to on bank on the other side and ate it.
All of it?
Yeah, see, just thinking about the foxes there, I've never, I'm thinking back to the sheep that we had and whatever. Did we ever have like a pack of foxes or something or other harassing that? No, I don't recall ever. On the odd occasion we might see one here and there, but for them to be in a pack, no, I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
I mean, I
neither.
don't know about the rest of Australia, but here where I am, as in down south where my parents had the farm, I'd never heard of, I never, growing up there, I never saw 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 hanging together. It was always one on its own on the odd occasion.
In Idaho, no, you'll never see that.
Or in Indiana or Georgia, but hey, maybe they got packs of foxes down in Louisiana.
Yeah, we do. I know here in Louisiana, we do get like a pack of them. They usually do travel in packs, but every once in a while you might see one off by itself, like coyotes. See, fox ain't no different. No, here in Louisiana, fox ain't no different from coyotes and some other wildlife.
Hey, Perth, you probably seen this. I know you clicked around a lot over the last few years, but do you ever see any kind of documentary that was kind of placed on YouTube of someone in Russia domesticating Russian foxes? Anybody ever see that? Where they can selectively breed them and turn a fox into
oh yeah,
domestic dog?
Yeah, I heard that myself.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, I've not actually seen it, but it wouldn't surprise me for the simple fact that, I mean, if you're on a farm, I mean, my ma, like I said, she used to get joeys that were abandoned, like baby kangaroos, joeys. And if she found one, she would bring it home, and Dad would hang a hessian bag by its corner near the wood stove, because you know how a baby kangaroo, a joey, climbs into its mother's pouch, right? It goes in head first and then kind of sort of somersaults inside the pouch. And she used to bottle feed them. And the first one that we ever had, she figured out that a baby teat that you buy for a baby's bottle is way too big. So Dad made her out of the plastic covering off the electrical wire. He pulled the wire out, right? And then he cut the plastic down to size, the plastic piece, which was now hollow, and she would stick that in through the baby teat hole, right? And the little Joey would suck on the um, plastic bit that was sticking out the top, because that's the size of his mother's teat, because it's totally way smaller than a lot of the other animals. But she used to feed them, and that Joey would literally jump around. It would follow us around. It would follow her around while she was making the bed through the house, this, that, there, the cleaning. It would literally bounce after her everywhere. And then when it got big enough, it would venture out into the paddock, and then it would hang out with the sheep. And then, obviously, it became even bigger. One day it would just disappear. So we knew that it hooked up with its own kind, and it would leave. So you can literally, you can turn anything into a pet, really.
So you're saying with that plastic that you gave that Joey Alzheimer's, dementia, and cancer, right?
Probably.
No,
He
you well, I
didn't
mean,
eat it. He didn't eat it. He was just sucking through it, because that once you pull the wire out of the plastic coating, you know what I mean? Once you pull that wire out, the plastic coating was like, that was about the size of the kangaroo's teeth, right? So it was easier to feed the actual Joey. But yeah, you can turn
I
anything
get
into
it, but I gotta ask you, why are kangaroos so fucking pissed off?
Why are they pissed off?
Yeah, I've seen so many videos of kangaroos like banging their feet on people's sliding glass doors and attacking people in yards and shit. Why are they so
Mate,
pissed off?
no. I don't know
See,
what that footage has come from, Michael. I really don't. But like I said, we grew up in a farming community, and majority of the time, if you're walking and you see kangaroos, they're more scared of you. It's not like they're going to come to you and attack you. I've never known that. As I said, we've reared them at home. Not once has that Joey, or even when it got bigger and taller than my ma, did it ever turn on her. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know whether people attack them, or whether they corner them, or whatever. I mean, it's like any other animal. If you corner it, well, then expect to be attacked. It's no different to when you corner a human being. You know what I mean? It's going to fight back.
no, I will. I will agree with you there. Animal ain't no different from a human being. If you do corner it, no, I will agree with you there. You corner an animal, he will attack you. You know, we can't agree on that one.
See, I've never, I mean, I've seen, the
Yeah.
boxing kangaroos, this, that, and the other, but I would say where they got that footage from is that would be a pet. Somebody has actually turned that into a pet, and then they've given it beer or something or other you just don't know what people do. Not saying that they particularly did that, but I have not ever seen or heard of anybody in our farming community that came across that. Never. I've never seen foxes come up and attack people. I've never heard of kangaroos doing that. None of that.
I want to say thank you for letting me come up. I got jumped down. I had a message pop up. I want to go tend to it. Thank you for letting me come up, okay?
No dramas, Glenn. Anytime, mate.
Take her
Have
easy,
a good
man.
one,
Y'all take
Glenn.
care. Y'all take care. Everybody in the chat, hit that like, share, and subscribe.
Thank you kindly, Glenn. Oh, listen, before we go on to anything else, I don't know how many of you actually checked out the last video that I put up. It wasn't, well, it was a video, but it wasn't a video. It's a video of an intro that I made for the very, very first time. And I do know that it's got some flaws to it, obviously, because the program that I used was a brand new program. So I didn't know where everything was on it. It took me all fucking day to make it. Obviously, as you go, you learn from your mistakes and you think, oh shit, that shouldn't have gone there. So then you've got to delete it and start again. But yeah, I wanted some feedback from people. I don't know whether I really need a fucking intro, but I guess, you know, I watch a lot of videos and people have got intros and stuff. I am going to make another one just to see if I can get, and I took everybody's advice for everybody that did leave me some feedback, muchly appreciated. And I do know exactly what
Hey,
you guys are
Perth.
talking about. Yeah.
For some reason, my comments don't show up on your section. YouTube blocked me from you or something. But yeah, I thought the
Okay.
intro was awesome.
Now that you bring that up, people, please, if you go to leave a comment underneath the video and you don't
Refresh
see
it.
it show up, right? You don't have to do it again. What happens is, and I've not got anything blocked, and I don't have people blocked from commenting, right? I mean, everybody that comes here knows if I'm going to get rid of somebody, you're gone. That's it. There is no timeout, this, that, the other, whatever. I don't block in that way. But what they do now, I don't go under my video to check comments. What I do is I go to the YouTube studio and I check the comments in the back end, and that's where I see everybody's comments show up. Then I have to go also in YouTube studio where it says held for review. I have to click on that also, and a lot of the times I will find straightforward fucking comments. There's nothing in them that is banned or that is nasty or anything like that, but they've held it for review. So if it doesn't show up under the comments when you're trying to write it, don't panic, just wait. And yeah, eventually I go and check YouTube Studio and I look at the back there to see if what is being held there. And once I click on all of those, then it will show up underneath the video. I don't know why that is happening. Also, too, for example, I don't know if you guys are having the same issue. The amount of times in a day, like if I've spent all day online, that YouTube literally tosses me the fuck out, where I have to sign back in. If I'm on YouTube and I've got something playing, for me to open up another page is all it fucking takes. By the time I come back to the YouTube page and I'll try and comment somewhere or whatever, it tells me I can't. Then I'll automatically know now what it is. It's because YouTube has literally booted me out where I have to re-sign back in. So that's another thing that's going on with my channel. I don't know why. That's been happening for a while now. But yeah, don't stress over the comments. But sorry to break you there. I thought I better tell everybody because yeah.
I'm not a fan of intros. Personally, I watched your video, but I didn't comment. I kind of liked your old intro, which is basically, "Hey people." I don't see the need for them. But hey, if you want one, knock yourself out, get some help, and get a dandy. But yeah, I like to hey people and just start fucking talking.
Yeah, because I was watching some
That's
videos
truth.
after I made it. I watched some videos, and there was a couple of guys saying, "Do I really need an intro?" But he had like Jesus. I think it must have been over 1 million followers or something or other. I don't know. I just want. I was just kind of thinking that maybe people are getting bored with the way that I do videos or the way that I start my streams, or I don't know. You know, I'm trying to find something new, I guess.
Well, the truth of the matter is that your message is really not reaching a whole lot of people. I wouldn't say it's an echo chamber, but that's just kind of the way this community has been pigeonholed. We kind of talk to each other and we don't get so much out to the masses. So, yeah, if you want a fancy intro, man, I think that's cool. But I don't see
You
the
know, the
need in
one
it.
thing that, yeah, I
That's
hear
why
what
I've
you're
never
saying.
made content.
Yeah, you know what was disappointing to me in a well, I mean, it's not like I'm going to change my life over it, but is that out of the amount of people that actually watched the intro, that only 20 something um, hit the like button. I mean, if you don't like it, I'd appreciate a comment, like as in what do you think is wrong with it? You know, like there were some people that were nice enough, and I'm not gonna I'm asking for feedback, so I'm not gonna give anybody hell over giving me feedback when I ask for feedback, you know what I mean? But that many sort of watched it and so little commented on it or you know, hit the button up or down either way. Um So I don't know. I mean, I know that not a lot come here because there is no drama, and people are into drama, which is sad. Um, I mean, we can all do drama. I mean, fuck, I can open up a panel one day and say, okay, this is a one-time thing. You know, just fucking go
Use
for
this
it.
shit.
But I don't know where that would get me. I mean, what would it get me? I don't know, fucking 400 views on one video that is of no use to anybody apart from listening to people abuse each other. I don't see the sense in that, you know. I'd rather spend 3 hours just shooting the shit with you guys about anything and everything than having drama. You know, it's I'm done with the drama. I see drama every day. It's all around us constantly. Like, don't we think it's time for a fucking change, you know? But just to go back for those
You know,
people that
it's
did comment, sorry,
Perth, I don't know if you remember. Oh, sorry,
no, go on.
my bad. Um, okay. I don't know if you remember Rig Productions. I don't know if he wanted the drama that he got, but he definitely got drama.
Sloth, before you go,
Um,
yeah, Sloth, before you go any further, we don't discuss that kind of stuff here. I do know who you're talking about, and there is many of those out there. Yeah, I really don't want to bring that to this channel. Somebody that came on my panel, I think it was last time, they brought up somebody that is the latest rant out there, I guess, on the drama channels.
he's an awesome guy, I thought. I think he's still.
Yeah, to me, I find what I
You
want to
still there?
concentrate on. Yeah, to me, what I find I want to concentrate on more is just talking to people about what's going on where they live, so that we all get a gist of what's changing where. Do you know what I mean? Um, Rather than who's doing what, you know. I mean, to me, I look at it, and I've said it before, we're all broken. Some people are more broken than others, but we are all broken, and I think it's time we look at the fact of you know, putting all of that shit aside and seeing if we can find a common goal, which is the fact that we're losing our freedom, we're losing our freedom to choose. Those things are more important to me. You know what I mean?
Yep, I do.
I mean, to me, I don't have issues with majority of people. I can go a lot of different
Yeah,
places, and
my bad. I didn't mean to talk about anyone.
no, it's okay, mate.
I
I
was just bringing
know.
that up.
Yep, I know. And like I says, I had somebody else on last panel, and they weren't talking about the same person. They brought somebody else up, and I pretty much had to stop them in their tracks because to me, like I said, we're all broken. You know, I'm not fucking perfect, even though I like to tell people, hey, I'm perfect and I know everything. I usually say that to my family to piss them off. But yeah, I mean, society is just a fucking
All right.
mess, you know. Society is a mess, and I again, you know, I think we need to put our differences aside, stop sweating the small stuff, um, stop policing each other, stop downing each other, stop fucking just whatever, find that common goal. And there is a common goal for all of us.
Yeah, in nature, we all do have the same common goal, but seems that everyone lost it.
I mean, we
That's what
have,
I'm getting from
seriously.
this whole
Yeah,
thing. I
absolutely,
don't know.
mate. Absolutely. I mean, we're all on a different level. I think we're all on a different level
Yeah.
of mind fuckedness. If there's I know there's no such word as that last one that I just said, but do you know what I mean? It just depends on how mind fucked we've gotten. But we've all been mind fucked. Hello,
Yeah,
Jacob.
that's where the huge disconnect is that even people that have been in these rabbit holes for years won't admit that they have been completely programmed and mind fucked. And the ones that think they know stuff or know things as absolutes and speak in absolutes, those are the people I don't pay much attention to. It's the ones that say, man, I've been mind fucked and I want to find out what the hell's going on. Let's share some information and see what the hell we can come up with together, you know, as a group or whatever the word is. That's what makes sense to me. If you don't realize you don't know shit, then I ain't listening to your absolutes. Talking about scripture and diets and all that, and that's no knock on you, Sloth, but we don't know what we're supposed to eat. We don't know what our history is. We don't know what this fucking place is. And anybody that says that they do, you're full of shit.
Michael, I agree. That's why I keep saying to people, you know, like,
You just used an absolute, Michael. You
the
said
science
anybody who
of
does.
the science of stuff and whatever. To me, I look at science, and that's a guy's opinion. You know, he played around with whatever, and that's his opinion. Somebody that has written a book, that is their opinion. It's no different to me
Yeah.
writing a book tomorrow. That is my opinion. Everything is based on opinions. It's not.
Yeah.
It to me. It's not like. I mean, if I wrote a book on me seeing reppies, to me it would be fact because I experienced it. Right? I experienced it. I saw it. So to me, it would be fact, but to everybody else, it would just be Perth's opinion. Do you know what I mean? So all
Oh,
the
yeah.
research that we do, all the information that we get is based on somebody else's opinion. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's based on subjectivity, and you know, there's no such thing as a debate. A debate is a a situation where someone is set up to fail. What we need is discussion based on first principles to realize some objectivity that we can move forward through and put aside bias and subjectivity. That's what people don't get.
Yeah. Where is our discussion
if it is,
going?
then we know it. Yeah, we need to discuss and not debate. And
Exactly.
if you start with first principles and you can agree on first principles, you can move forward from there. But if somebody says, this is the way it is, and other people don't agree on it, and if you can't find some kind of basis to establish a first principle, then you have no discussion. You have a debate, which
And
are
that's what,
worthless.
exactly. And I find that that happens too much amongst people, is that they can't accept the fact that somebody else might have a different opinion, and what makes theirs so fucking right compared to that other person's. I mean, hence just looking at UFOs, just looking
I
at
have a rebate.
religion, just looking at flat earthers and non-flat earthers. Do you know what I mean? Like, do any of us fucking know? We're only going by what we've been told. And if we look at what we've been told, majority of the time we find out it's nothing but motherfucking bullshit. So if they can bullshit about one thing, what's stopping them from lying about the whole fucking kit and caboodle?
Yeah, which I highly suspect. So you got to just dish everything and start over, admitting that you don't know shit. Let's figure some shit out based on first principles, what we can agree on objectively, not bias, not subjectivity.
I mean, forget
It's pretty simple.
categories too. I mean, categories are just nothing but hate and divide. That's why they were created. Everything has a fucking category. Oh, you're a lefty, you're a righty, you're a liberal, you're a Protestant, you're a this, you're a that. Come on, people, we're fucking human beings. We're all shit, sleep, fucking breathe, eat. We're the same. We bleed, we're the same.
Yeah, I love hearing intellectuals talk, and they say, people are always categorized, and I think Vic said in the chat, labels. I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a this, I'm a that. Are you? No, you're not. You're just attaching yourself to a frickin' label. You're not that. You don't know what the fuck you are. Let's get back to first principles and see what the hell's going on here objectively that we can agree on without any kind of discord. It's this, it's that, black and white. And we're so far from that. And you see that in the people that you know and love and your family and your interactions every day. And people are so freaking disconnected and discombobulated, and they're attaching themselves to this label and that label, and this is good for you and that's not good for you. You don't fucking know. Let's start over. That's our problem. We've run with these freaking narratives.
Hence is what I say, only take what resonates to you, I mean, don't hang off every word that you hear or everything that you read. What works for one person may not work for somebody else. Why? Because we're all on our own journey. We're all on a separate path. But to me, I would rather have a discussion like Michael says and sit down and go, well, okay, we've got to look at the fact that this is not happening. I can't see this happening. So why would that be? But then again, you've got that. And I'd rather have one of those discussions than, like you said, a fucking debate. I mean, why does somebody have to be fucking right? You know what I mean? When all our info is coming from the same fucking place as other people's fucking opinions.
We're supposedly truthers, so it's not about being right or being wrong. What's the truth? And the truth shouldn't scare you. And that's what we're so far away from, is the truth. We don't know jack shit.
We don't. And we're so screwed up, Michael, that, like I said, even if somebody could get up high enough and turn around and look back, right, and say, oh, is that where we live? And they took photos and came back, okay? And came back and said, I have photos. No fucker would believe them because we're just so torn apart. We're so torn apart.
Yep, because there's no objectivity. It's all bias and subjectivity. Well, like you said, that resonates with me. Okay, that might resonate with you, but that might not be the truth. That makes you feel good, or that appeals to your bias. And that's not a knock on you, just those are the words and these are the angles that we have to work with. It's not about that. It's about what is objectively true.
Callum,
Which people
exactly.
can't get past because of subjectivity and bias. I think bias is one of the biggest problems that the human psychology is experiencing right now.
I personally think that like
I
I
want
always
that
say,
to be true. That's my bias. I want that to be true. Not really wanting the truth, wanting the bias to fit the narrative of what they mold their truth into be. Yeah, it's deep shit, man. It really is. It's a huge psychological thing that you have to work through. And if you can't, you just have to just chuck it all and say, fuck, I don't know. I don't know. And you and I aren't going to discuss this and figure it out. It's too deep, too broad.
I've had conversations with people, like somebody found out that I was a flat earther, if we're going to talk about labels, okay? And I was asked a question and I gave an answer. And they started going off at me. Well, not off, but they got aggro. And I mean, I'm thinking about it and I'm listening. And I'm thinking, you get aggro because I don't give you the response that you're looking for. So does that mean that I have to keep giving different answers until you find one that you like? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's bias. Bias is the new knowing, the new truth. And Callum Wilkinson in the chat said, yep, I know nothing about jack shit either. I would assume it smells bad though. But like 3 or 4 years ago, after I had my awakening or Kundalini rising or whatever, I thought I knew all kinds of shit. And I wanted to share that and tell everybody I came across. I know this and I know that. And it was based on all kinds of reading and stupid videos and all that shit. And then here I am today looking back at the things I thought I knew. And I was foolish, absolutely foolish, thinking I knew stuff about history and the shape of the world and the government and the politics. And you just get to a point, and it's not a disempowering thing. You just have to man up, buck up and realize that it's all the information / knowledge is so convoluted that you just don't know. But don't give up hope. You might collectively, objectively, be able to figure it out someday. It's just, it's like you were a retard and then you thought you got all this knowledge because of the internet and you figured it all out and you wanted to share that and parse that to other people. And then you kind of recoil back and you figure out that, man, I don't know shit. And I said some stuff that really makes me feel stupid. So let's start over. Anybody that's gotten to that point, let's start over and let's try to figure this out. Or not. I'm at the point where it's not that I couldn't care less. It's just like, yeah, what's the point? I'm just going to work, take care of my business, and things are going to settle out themselves. It's like, we're not going to fix it, I don't think.
No.
This is some deep shit. We're in some deep shit, dude.
I agree with that, Michael. I think that society has been pulled so far apart that there is no coming back together. I just don't see it. It would be a nice thing for it to happen. And like I was saying to somebody the other day, we were having this discussion, not online, but offline. To me, I just think where it's all gotten, all the rules, all the control, all the everything, all the bullshit, I would really like it if somebody would push a button, because that would make everybody else push a fucking button. And whoever happens to survive, know that you're free. Know that you're free of everything. You may still not know where you are. you may still not know where the fuck you are, as far as, is the earth a ball? Is it a rectangle? Is it a fucking triangle? Is it, whatever? Is it a pizza? But at least you know that you'll be free of everything else. You'll be free of all the experimentation. You'll be free of all the whatevers, and it'll be back to the land. But as far as seeing people, as far as seeing people come together to fight everything that is going on, I mean, I can't see it because people have been pulled apart.
Yeah, true that. And maybe it's just letting all of this desire to know the truth, let that go. I'm not saying do that, empower yourselves, but maybe that's the key, and just kind of let that go, because at the end of the day, anybody that tells me in a book or a video or whatever that they know the meaning of life, I'm going to tell them to fuck off, because they don't. Because I don't think we're capable of that. Maybe we are. Maybe I'm not as enlightened as other people. But if you're going to tell me what the meaning of life is, I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, that's your version. I think that's probably unknown. I can't imagine somebody knowing that and telling everybody, and everybody jumping on the bandwagon, and here's the meaning of life. No, okay.
I was starting to get into like a little bit of an idea of that with an example someone gave about the difference between good and bad. Like not good, not like bad and evil, but good and bad. And they were talking about a watch. And do you believe there's a difference between a good and a bad watch? Is it a good watch or a bad watch? And what determines a good watch from a bad watch? Like a good watch tells time accurately, and a bad watch doesn't. And that's its purpose. That's the meaning of its life, is to tell time accurately. And how well it does it determines whether it's good or bad. But then to take that and apply it to a human, I think that comes back to what you were talking about, is how can we get everyone to say, oh yeah, let's all build this giant tower to the sky, just like the Tower of Babel or something. It's like people don't all get along like that. It always falls over.
Yeah, exactly. And some people would not want to build that tower. They're like, no, I'm going to till my field.
Let's build an Adirondack deck or something. Yeah. Who knows?
The thing is that there doesn't have to be, Callum, I don't think. You know what I mean? It just comes back to the fact of what we were saying earlier on, is just rather than people having a dispute over everything, is just people having, just a fucking conversation about shit,
Yes, conversation is a good thing, and you don't necessarily have to come to the truth, because you probably won't. But being able to, converse with somebody who might be interested in the same things as you, and just have a chat, which is exactly what we're doing. I think that's healthy for the psyche, because we know our psyche is being attacked. There's that. That's a caveat. to trying to figure everything out, at least we can shoot the shit and come away with our own biased,
I was trying to.
subjective opinions. You know, you always end up with that, man. This bias thing is, and subjectivity is a tough nut to crack. Then you throw vanity and all these other attributes on top of that, and it's like Edward Bernays. You know, people haven't looked into Edward Bernays, who was probably just an actor and an asshole, but man, he breaks down the human psychology and what's been doing or what's being done to us to a T to this day.
Oh snap! I got.
I just want to be, you know,
tax
I want to
dollars
change.
for the
Yeah, I just
fiscal
want-
year 2020. Sorry, that it's complete different topic, but I'm going to show you guys this graph of where the tax dollars break down while Michael continues his speech.
No, I was just gonna say that I'd love to change my YouTube name from Free to See to Free to Be, and then at some point just free. That's what I want. That's my whole point of even entering this dialogue is I just want to be free. Free. The true meaning of freedom, which I can't comprehend. I know it's out there. I can sniff it. So go, Jacob. Sorry, man.
No, it's I thought it was just interesting especially for Perth's channel. The what did your tax dollars pay for in fiscal year 2020? And this is for the state of Illinois. The biggest sector is elementary and secondary education, 22%. Public pensions is the next one at 21% of your tax dollars go to public pensions. Welcome to Illinois. And then healthcare. I guess Illinois doesn't have its own military, which is one of the largest federal spending things. It's like military and then healthcare.
Don't give up on that, Jacob. If they divide America into 50 different countries, rather than
right, yeah. And then the next is healthcare at 17%, social services 15%. Man, public pensions and social services are 35+%. That's over a third of all of it is the government giving out money. General government 6.75%. Public protection and justice. The police get 5.98%. Defund the police. Transfers out of state, like debt service, workers' compensation, and other is 5.8%. Higher education, 4.8% of your tax dollars go to higher education. So I'm paying to educate smart people to take further advantage. Employment and economic development, 0.18%. and the last one, environment and business regulations. Isn't that like the most important thing for government after, defending the borders is environment and business regulation? Maybe some of this other stuff's, I guess, public education is a good idea, kind of. Maybe not. I don't know. It almost kind of looks like it's a money hole. The way schools get bigger and turned more into like corporate computer chip things.
They have to spend more on education because people are starting to teach their kids differently to what is being taught in school. So they have to throw more money at it.
No, Perth. The reason that number one is school is because that's the number one reason people will vote to increase taxes.
Oh, okay.
So that just grew. It's like, oh, it's for the kids. That grew just into most of it. I'll hold the graph up again so you can see all the colors. That's healthcare, or no, that's the school. That's public pensions. That's healthcare. That's social services. That's the rest of the stuff the government does. So I just thought that would be kind of fun.
Personally, I don't think that they fucking do any of that. They line their own pockets, but
Well,
Exactly.
yeah, that's the red one. Is
Where's the psychological operation?
that's them lining their pockets
That
right
would
there.
be basically the whole chart, right?
That's why they send it out, right? I mean, they gave it to me with my tax paperwork.
oh, I don't know if the rest of Australia, for any Aussies that might be listening, I don't know if you guys have got this as well now, but here in Perth, what they're doing is initially, as far as garbage goes, they gave us 3 bins. Okay, you have one that's got a yellow lid, which is for paper and stuff like that. Then you have the one that's got the green lid, which is obviously for garden stuff. Then you've got the red one, which is like obviously the stuff from inside and anything else you want to ditch. Not long ago, they delivered these tiny little grey bins, and it's got a lid on it. Obviously, it's big enough to sit on your kitchen bench, and it comes with 2 rolls of little plastic bags, so much for plastic not being whatever. And they expect you to put that on your kitchen sink, so you now have decomposting fucking potato peel and Lord knows what on your kitchen sink, so that you can get a whiff of that every time you lift the fucking lid. And they expect you to throw all your kitchen stuff into that little bin, and then you tie a knot in the bag, and that goes obviously into the green bin now. Okay, it doesn't go into the red bin anymore. It goes into the green bin in that plastic bag. Basically, what they're getting people to do is to sort out their own rubbish. And I'm talking to sort out. I'm not talking just red lid, yellow lid, green lid, big bins outside. No, 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 no. Now the cans go, for example, your can that where you got your baked beans, your beetroot, your that kind of shit, right? So your metal tins, your cans go into a different bin outside now than what they used to before. Dog shit and whatever kind of stuff like that, you can now put into your green lid bin, which you couldn't before. They are literally expecting people to take out the bin that they have in their house and stand in front of these 3 fucking bins and go rummage literally through your own rubbish and go, well, okay, all the paper now needs to go in that bin, which is the yellow. All the tins need to go into that bin. All the whatevers need to go into that bin. And then your household goods, which is, I don't know, I suppose if it's a fucking a teddy bear that's fallen apart, or a fucking blanket, or whatever the fucking case may be, goes into the red. I looked at that and I started laughing, and my sister asked me, she goes, oh, did you get that little grey bin yet? And I said, yeah. I says, I got it. I said, it's fucking awesome for planting something. And I said, I'm going to drill holes through the bottom of it and plant something in there and put it outside. And I says, and it's nice to get those plastic bags because, like, you know, I mean, hey, you never know what I might need them for. I could tie them together, or I could line one of my pots with it, or something or other. But this is what they're expecting people to do now. So what
Yeah,
is the purpose of having a bin indoors if you can't just tie the bag and take it out and drop it into a bin outside? No, no, no. They don't want you to do that anymore.
I
They don't.
invent things, right? And so I was looking into inventing something like this because I saw how they were going from just trash to recycling, and then now they got trash, recycling, and compost. And it made me start looking in, like, I actually had a pretty good idea for a little thing that goes next to your garbage can, so that instead of scraping your plate in the garbage can, you scrape it in the side slot. But here's what I found out, and it goes back to what you said earlier, Perth. The garbage in the trash and the garbage in the compost help to break each other down. Like, one absorbs the smells, the other helps eat the other apart. It's like
So what the fuck do
separating it
they
out.
get paid for, dude? This is
Yeah.
my question. Why are we paying them to come and pick up our garbage if they're not going to fucking sort it out? Do you know what I mean? Like, we have to sort it out before it actually leaves the home, which, like I says, defeats the purpose of having a bin inside so that you can throw your trash in when you only have to take that bin then outside, stand in front of those 3 bins, and then sort all that fucking stuff out. To me, if they want to pay me to do that, no dramas. I will spend my days standing in front of rubbish bin sorting my fucking rubbish out. But otherwise, you know, people pay for those trucks to come by. People pay for it to get taken to some place where people are actually getting paid to sort that stuff out. So what are they going to do? What, when they get the household, each household to sort their own garbage out, are those people over there going to lose their jobs then because there'll be no more sorting shit out? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
I don't think they sort it out at the facility. I think all that shit just goes to the, to the dump or the landfill. I've seen too much information that leads me to believe that it's all just a fucking scam. Recycling is a scam. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that that's my take on it because where
Michael,
we
I
grew up.
agree with you. I
Oh
agree with you,
yeah,
mate. Because look at the plastic bags. Like I said, I was saying the other day. Oh no,
yeah.
plastic bags are not good, and this, that, and the other, and we've got to take them out of the supermarkets and no more plastic bags. And they took the plastic bags, the grey thin ones, out of the supermarket. So what do they give you now? They give you a fucking plastic bag that you have to pay 15 cents for.
Yeah, it's just conditioning. We're killing the planet. Our carbon footprint. Same old shit.
Oh yeah, because
They're
that's the
just
thing.
taking the stuff and making profit off of it and turning it into energy or just dumping it in the hole, making us think
CO2 causes
that we're
global warming.
separating. Yeah, it's
Get rid
all
of
the same shit.
CO2 and it will, and you know, that's what trees breathe. I got a thing about trees because people say they're going away, but there's an overabundance of tree clearing companies in my area. There's overgrowth, knocks down power lines, garages, kills people's dogs, and even families occasionally. So the trees are not going away. That, and trust me, I'm a builder. They root out and they destroy foundations, and they're a real annoyance when you're gardening. The trees are not going anywhere. We need to actually start burning forests and getting rid of these trees. Get rid of all the CO2 and choke them off. Because that's what trees breathe, right? So we need to get rid of the carbon dioxide and choke all the trees.
Right. Yeah, the agendas, I mean, they don't stop. And if you're not willing to take a moment and look into shit, you're not going to have a clue. And you're going to think, oh, I'm so good. I'm doing my recycling and putting stuff in this plastic bin and that plastic bin, and they're coming getting it in all these separate bins when all they do is just go throw the shit in the same fucking pile. And people believe they're helping the planet.
Right.
Michael, listen, it's
Crazy.
like you said, it's everything. They are coming at us from all fucking sides possible with everything that they can. Everything that you could possibly think of and not think of, they are throwing at us and have been for a long fucking time. Mate, we're in the 7th day of our winter cycle, okay? Our winter started on the 1st of June. It's day 7 today. I've been pruning for the past couple of weeks, right? Now, the stuff that I started with, like pruning my mulberry trees that I've got planted in the pots out the back. Do you know, winter is the time when things are mostly dormant. They don't grow. It's their sleep period. That's why you prune through winter, okay? This is what I was taught by my parents, and this is what I've seen other people do, right? And then comes spring, and everything starts to fucking grow and bloom. Well, looking at my own stuff that I have planted, for fuck's sake, 2 weeks ago I pruned it back. I've got brand new shoots all over my mulberry trees that I cut, the ones that are in the pots. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so it's unseasonably warm there because it's been a very cool spring.
It's cold here. This is the thing. It's cold here. We're in winter. I mean, what was it last night here? I think it was either 6 or 7 degrees overnight or something or other. This is our winter, right? What is shit doing fucking growing in winter when I'm trying to prune this stuff back, but it's throwing new shoots out at me 2 weeks fucking later. Like, that's supposed to happen towards spring, okay?
Well, I got you. So it's cool or cold to you, but the plants are thinking otherwise.
Exactly. It's like even the plants don't know when they're supposed to sleep. You know, it's like they don't know the difference between, I mean, my mulberry trees give me fruit 2 times a fucking year. 2 times a year.
That makes me keep wondering about this government weather control research. Like with the wind turbines that we got, there's a lot of them, and when I say a lot, I don't like to use the word a lot, but when I say a lot, I mean they cover the horizon from end to end, and they dot a border over the hillside. And sometimes they're pointing in weird directions, which might be, wind currents or whatever, but there's also the Bernoulli principle. Like when those clacker balls that
Yeah.
there's like 5 of them, and you click one and then the other one goes, and it's the
Yeah.
same thing with a wind turbine. You got the blade on the fan, and the wind molecule hits the fan and stops, and the blade turns, and then the wind molecule behind it is like, hey, get out of the way. So it slows it down, and then the wind turbine's coming around and it hits it. And so it's like 85% of the energy of the wind can be harvested as a maximum, or maybe it's like 95%. I don't know. But it makes me wonder what kind of an effect harvesting energy from the Gulf Stream is going to have on the weather. And it wouldn't be prudent to ignore that.
I'm telling you, Jacob, I'm telling you, shit's been. I mean, you've been following me for a while. I've been following you for a while. This is not the first time like we've talked about, garden and what's going on in the fucking garden, and that people need to keep tabs on what is growing around them, and just keep an eye on it. You know what I mean? And there's so much that you will see. Like I said, to me, walking out there a few days ago, more than a few days ago, and as I'm coming back, I'm looking at my plants and I'm seeing new fucking shoots, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's insane, people.
Yeah, based on our empirical experiences, like you being raised on a farm and seeing how the seasons change and how the sky was a particular blue and the clouds were of a particular shape and how storms actually rolled in. And now it's just like, okay, it's gray today. Is it going to rain or not? Haven't seen any clouds roll in, but it's gray. Gee, I wonder what the plants are thinking about this. And they got to be, we'll say, confused. I think it's Kellum mentioned earlier, but it's just topsy-turvy.
I mean, Michael, to me now, when I look up at the skies, I look for the stringy shit. I look for the cotton ball, the lined up fucking cotton balls, and I know that we've been sprayed. Guaranteed, once that spreads, you're going to hear on the radio, oh, it's either rain tomorrow or the next day. Well, geez, what else is fucking new? You just saw, or I just saw that we got fucking sprayed because there's these unnatural things happening up there. Whereas if I go back to my days on the farm, my mother could tell you the weather better than any weatherman just from looking up at the clouds or stuff like that, or just the smell of the air. She could tell you that. I mean, obviously, you've got to be more aware back in those days because you've got washing to do. You've got to harvest. You don't want to harvest, during rain or whatever. Get in before the season. Da da da. Everything had its place. Do you know what I mean? Everything had its place. And you can either tell, like I said, by the smell in the air or just by those big ass white, pearly white, fucking fluffy clouds that you could find faces in. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
I'm not
we used
seeing
to have
that now.
yeah, we used to have thunderheads where you would see a thunderhead way off here where I live. The weather always comes from the southwest, but you could see thunderheads way off to the southwest, and then a few clouds kind of rolling in, the wind pick up, and you knew it was going to rain. But now you wake up and the sky's just freaking gray, or you've been awake for a while and the sky was blue, and then you go inside to get a cup of coffee or something. You come outside and there's just this gray soup overhead, and you don't know if it's going to freaking rain or not. It was
Exactly.
predictable back in the day. I never see thunderheads anymore, and I hardly ever see lightning. I'll hear thunder occasionally, but not like it used to. You knew what the weather was doing. You knew there was a thunderstorm coming in, or you knew there was going to be a rain storm or rain showers come in based on the types of clouds that came in. And it's just not evident anymore. It's just either gray or it's blue skies that aren't the same as the blue skies that we used to have. It's fucked up, man. That pisses me off as much as what Fauci and all these ding dongs are doing with the
Oh, yeah.
propaganda about
What was all that about? I heard
stuff.
there was a leak or something. I don't know what the deal is with Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll put it this way, Jacob. They did what they needed to do, and now it's okay for things to start leaking out because it's done. You know what I mean?
Well, all I
It's
really got
done.
is that he had helped to authorize payment for research on this disease, and then he said that he didn't.
Oh, please. They all fund each other. They all help each other. They all share the fucking information. They all know what's going on until people start arcing up. When people start arcing up and start asking questions, then they start just pointing the finger at each other so that the people don't know who the fuck to look at. And, they'll just pick the most obvious place. There it is. And let's blame that particular spot. But in actual fact, they're all fucking in it. Because if they weren't, they would not go with the follow up, meaning where it started and then all the information that was spread globally, then all of a sudden, all the pricks that had to come out, all the swabbing that had to come out. You know what I mean? Like if each country was thinking for itself, as in the governments or whatever, they wouldn't follow suit. But they do, because they're all in the like what's his name? George Carlin said, they're in a club and you ain't fucking in it.
Well, you remember that stupid hacking of the gas pipeline? That's the only effect that I've had personally from all this bullshit that's gone on in the last 15, 16 months. But yeah, there was no gas where I live. And then once the gas came back online, it was probably about 40% more expensive. So yeah, the Russians hacked the damn pipeline, or it's always the Russians, the Chinese. You mentioned it before. It's the
Exactly. It's the
same
same
old shit,
old.
and we know they're in cahoots
I
together.
thought you
It's
were
like,
gonna say the
God,
gas smelled slightly different.
it probably does, and it might. It's just the same old tired shit, and it's like, God damn, people, wake up!
I mean, it's
People
on
are
the
just
front
happy to
page.
get in line and get their gas.
It's on the front page of that newspaper that I found from 1957. Our enemies, the Russians, are coming. They have a missile. I mean, okay, now it might not be the Russians are coming, they have a missile. Now it might be the Russians are coming, they've got 50 million fucking nukes, but it's the same shit.
Oh yeah, you're a lot closer over there, aren't you?
It's the same shit, you know, but I don't see anybody invading anybody.
Well, let me know if
Well,
they're
apart
coming.
from the power hungry ones, but you know what I mean?
I always thought it'd be cool. Like if I was gonna go to another continent, I always thought Australia would probably be weird. Like Perth, have you ever seen, or Michael too, because you're a pretty cool guy. Have you guys ever seen Quigley Down Under?
That rings a bell.
Yeah, I
It
was just gonna say rings the bell, but yeah, keep going.
is a movie about a cowboy from the 1880s in the Wild West of America. He was really good shot with his long rifle, and there's a guy in Australia who was looking for long shooters to come and work for him on his ranch. And so Quigley, he traveled to Australia back in the 1880s. I don't know. I've been watching too much of The Rifleman.
Oh yeah, Chuck Connor.
Yeah, I really don't get into like directed things where there's a director behind the camera going, yeah, more. But I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of, you know, good ideals and productivity fighting off people who would take advantage and destroy.
Yeah,
You know,
true that.
another thing that people don't realize, and there is a couple of really good docos out there, and I talked about this before, people don't realize how much control the agricultural society or association, whatever you want to call it, how much control they actually have over shit.
Oh
So
fuck.
if you want to watch a couple of docos, go and watch those on I know there's one you can't miss. I can't remember what they're called now, but one you can't miss. It's got the face of a cow on it. I did, like I said, I've done videos on this stuff. The amount of control that they have over what goes on this earth is just unbelievable.
It's the
And the
most control.
levels,
It's the most control.
yeah,
And
and the levels that they will go to push their own agenda. You know, so when people start hearing that cows need to be knocked off because their farts are creating an ozone fucking hole, come on, people, stand up for fucking nature. You know what I mean? We didn't invent a fucking cow.
I've been eating the cows as fast as possible, trying to help.
well, I know you guys have run across these quotes, in your research in the last 5, 7, 10 years, whatever. But you got this Rothschild or whoever coming out and saying, well, if we control the money system, then we control a nation. And then there's another quote that says, if we control the water, we control a nation. If we control the food production, we control a nation. Well, they control all that shit. And then even if we can control the weather, then we can control the world, as far as
Exactly.
in war. And it's the
Yep.
same narrative, and they control all the shit. And it's not stopping. We're getting pushed into a corner.
We are.
Is what I'm getting at. We're getting pushed into a corner, and at some point, maybe in my lifetime, which I hope so, because I don't think the next generations are going to be able to take up the arms or have the fortitude to, stand in that corner and flex their muscles and come out from it. But at some point, some generation is going to be forced into a corner and forced to come out of it because they do control everything, whoever they are. But that's what it looks like to me. And I don't see any way around it because they keep soft shoeing and yeah, they'll come on with some pandemic and, their big psychological operations and, put people into categories and all the division and all that. But at the end of the day, something has to be done at some point unless Jesus shows up, It's like it's going to be, the onus will be on us at some point to stand up and say, no, I'll die for this. And hopefully we're not too far away from that.
Yeah, as much as I would like to say, as much as I would like to say that I could see that happening where people will come together, I just think that society is too full of hate and divide to come together, to be able to come together to actually stand up to that level.
Yeah, that was my point, that it might take a lot longer than our lifetimes. It might. And maybe it'll never come to that point. Who knows? Maybe we'll just be so softened up, not we, but the next generations, that they'll just lay down and just take it forever. But we won't. If they push us into a corner, we'll do something.
Oh yeah, that movie, The Time Machine, where that guy travels like 3,000 years in the future, and humanity is turned into the surface dwelling Eloi and the underground dwelling the other ones, and it's basically like the Eloi are the cattle that are eaten. They're raised and eaten. And so it's like humans divided into two different categories, and one of them lives underground and eats the stupid ones. It's pretty messed up, but
yeah, it's all pretty messed up. Sorry, I get a little animated, but I don't really partake in these kind of conversations very often. So thanks for letting me vent. I hope I didn't run off any of your viewers there, Donald. Just a bunch of, it's just, to me, it's boring as fuck. All this that's going on. Oh, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. It's boring. It's so juvenile, so sophomoric, these agendas, the psychological operations and the Russians, and it's just, oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, it's like a reporter will say, this is a huge deal, and then some politician will say, I can fix it, vote for me. And there was this thing, like, that Bill O'Reilly show, he does his his podcast or something, and to be honest, guys, I have so much trouble finding news that is laid out flat. So I go to him for about the first 30 seconds just to get the headlines. I don't care about his opinions much. It's another topic. But basically, one time I was listening to him, and he, on his personal podcast, had mentioned that that's what they do. They sell hate. And they're good, and Fox is good at it, and CNN, MS. But it was kind of like he let a slip up, saying that Fox sells hate because he used to work for Fox. But it was pretty clear that he's a salesman for hate, and that's what a lot of news media does, is sell the back and forth. They sell the hate.
Yeah, they're marketing the propaganda, which comes from whatever, we'll call it the United Nations Agenda 21. It's all so boring. Now,
Hmm.
when I first got into it, I was amazed. I was like, wow, look at all this. I'm going to figure this out. And then once you kind of figure it out, you realize that, man, this is child's play, just psychological child's play against all these people that I have empathy for and the ones that I love that are being controlled and manipulated at a
Yep.
really shallow level, but it's deep enough that it penetrates their core and their being and they follow along lockstep. You know, it's really sad. I haven't figured it out. I'm just observing what I can make sense of on my own level.
Yeah, it's hard to say what exactly we're looking at here with its open market, and people like their position, and so that they're not willing to give it up. Like, well, just take my position for example in Illinois. I'm trying to get the registration renewal, your license plate for your car renewal. I'm trying to get that down because they just raised it like 40%. 40%. And so
That's a lot.
in order to come up with that money, I might as well spend the hours of my day rewriting the legislation. But I've been so busy lately, I haven't even had time for my live stream. I hopped on Perth's panel while I do my receipts because Perth's a great place to hang out.
Yeah, it'll probably come back to bite me in the ass, but I have a small company and I'm done running that shit through the government. Done with it. They can come and eat whatever. I'm not paying taxes on my labor.
Yeah,
I'm not reporting it.
I'm like, oh man,
So we'll
if
see.
I've got any money left over, I need to like buy a tool or something and say and have a tax write off, or hide it in an offshore overseas account in Switzerland, or I don't want to pay a bunch of taxes.
Yeah, I'm done paying taxes for bombs and all that shit. All we need to do is just,
There's a
you know,
guy.
keep the roads decent or whatever, but they intrude way too much.
There's a guy. He started a pizza chain around here, and just for a quick reference, my 85-year-old great uncle, my grandma's brother-in-law, he mentioned that before the Korean War, they didn't really have pizza in the United States. The pizza joints and stuff started coming around after that, and then we get all the pizza places, and it's kind of like the internet boom, but before that. And one of them was Happy Joe. He created taco pizza. He's actually credited with inventing on Wikipedia inventing taco pizza. And he was being interviewed on a local radio show, Dwyer and Michaels, and he was telling them about the early days, how they had some wooden desktops that they threw over some of their flat tops when the inspectors came by, because you were only allowed to have so many flat tops inside the building, but they needed more than that. And Dwyer and Michaels like, no, you shouldn't be saying this. And he's like, no, if you want to make it in business, you got to skirt something. And it's really cool to hear like a 70-year-old successful chain businessman say that. It was very, very open.
Jacob, that's
Yeah.
where the knowledge is. That's why they want to, like I've said before, that's why they want to get rid of all the oldies, because that's where the knowledge is. They're
Yeah.
the ones that know how to do it. They're the ones that know how to do it without all the chemicals, without all the fucking the tools to make life easy today. You know what I mean? They're the ones that know how to live off the land. They're the ones that they want to get rid of, so that, for example, our grandchildren, if we were to have any, don't get to talk to these oldies. You know what I mean? So those grandchildren then become easier to control, because they're not going to know any other life apart from, I flick a switch and this does this for me, or I tap one button and it turns all the lights on in the house. Do you know what I mean? They're not going to know any better than that.
Yep, I'm doing some work for a guy right now. I built a retaining wall around and created a fire pit, and it's down below the level of the cabin. And so I've been cutting these stairs into the hillside, and it's extremely intense labor. And so this guy, he's 32 years old. He's a former MMA fighter, and he comes down there and talks to me and looks at me, and he's like, I don't know how you do this. And I'm on my hands and knees digging in the frickin' dirt and cutting boards and screwing boards together. He's like, I don't know how you do this, man. I'm into tech. I'm like, that's just what we do, man. That's our generation. What are you going to do without us? He's like, man, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like people can look at, you know, the pyramids and say, how could you build that? It would take 1,000,000 years. Well, you go out there, you get started, and then you get done.
Exactly. Start with the first block.
There you go. Yeah. And
And then
actually,
the land just lays it out for you, really.
there's a dude who has a YouTube channel, Mike Haddock Masonry, and he's like third or fifth generation Mason or something, and he goes to the Great Pyramids and talks about how they were made, and he's like, look at this, and he picks up 2 rocks, and he's like, this one's hard, this one's soft. You rub them together and you can smooth them off. That's how they do it.
Yeah, that whole Tartarian reset kind of narrative, I get a lot of it, but at the same time, man, you get 1,000 dudes together, you could build some shit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Guaranteed.
listen, a good example of that is China. If you want to watch people working together, as in when you, and I'm not saying that Chinese are ants or whatever, but because they know how to work together, and this is where I think a lot of they get a lot of hate for it. Building bridges, building stuff like that. I'm talking there are thousands of them. There are thousands fucking employed. They get those things up and working in no time flat.
Mm-hmm.
No time flat. I've actually sat there and watched them building, I think, hang on, what were they doing? No, they weren't building a bridge. They were actually going to blow, I think it was a dam or something to that effect. But there was thousands of them on this thing, putting all this fucking dynamite or explosive shit in places and whatever. They had it done in no time flat. No time flat. And you know, if you're looking on a smaller scale, if you go to Amish communities or whatever, how do their barns and their houses get built? Because they all fucking come together and they do it.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm not poo-pooing on, you know, the whole Tartaria and some other advanced civilization before the last reset or whatever, but yeah, you get a whole bunch of people together that have decent skills, similar skills, you can really accomplish something as far as construction and building quickly and effectively.
I think what stops.
Oh, Jacob, when you were talking about the pizza earlier and how it came in after some Chinese restaurant or something. But there's a story in my family where my mom and my dad were dating, and he was probably driving like a 1957 Chevy, and they went to, you know, back in the day, they had the park and eat kind of restaurants, and they went to a place that served pizza. It was like the first time my dad had pizza, and he took one bite of it and he threw it underneath the car, and he said, "This shit's garbage." And
He
he's
hasn't
probably
tried
right.
Mario's pizza.
Huh?
I said he hasn't tried Mario's pizza.
Oh yeah, you love that stuff. Who sent that to you?
Pardon?
Who sent that to you?
I know who it was now. But yeah, it's somebody went to great lengths to find out my address.
Yeah, back on Sloth, the wheat. I love pizza, but man, I hate the wheat. I hate the grain. That shit is not good for my body, personally.
Not good for anybody's, but hey, you brought up on eating this stuff, and yeah, that's why I said now we just don't know. We don't know what we're putting in front of ourselves anymore. So for
Yeah,
them
we're into
just to eat
ourselves.
Soylent Green is going to be very easy.
Oh, you know what's really sick is probably about 10 years ago, before I ever started getting into this kind of information, I was like, man, I wish I just had a pill I could eat and that would take care of my diet. And it's like these assholes are starting to come out with that stuff. Now I'm like, no, I don't want that.
Exactly.
Because eating is, the pursuit of food and nutrition and all that, kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, I appreciate when I get to eat and fill my belly and give myself some energy for whatever I have to do. But man, the eating and the pooping and the wiping, and it's like, golly, is this what this vessel is all about? Am I not better than this?
But it's not about that. It's about the fact that your soul has picked a vehicle. Well, whether it was put into that vehicle or you got to pick the vehicle, it's the path that you walk on. You know what I mean? It's the things that you're meant to learn. Hence is why I go back to the same thing. If you don't learn the first time around, I believe that we come back and we keep repeating until we do learn, until we do find that door out.
Man, I hope you're right. I can't be too far off. I mean, I can't be. I got to be close, man, because I'd love to just be released. You know, I love my family and I find lots of joy here. But, you know, at the core of me, I'm like, wow, this seems so futile. And I just want to be free and float and fly and levitate like I do in my dreams. That would be cool to be able to do that and not wake yourself up and say, nah, man, you're dreaming.
Well, I think that's what is being hidden from us. I think that we are capable of all of that. And I think that's why we've been programmed from day one for generation after generation, so that we don't find out who we actually are and what we are capable of. I stand by that 100%.
Yeah, seems like they throw that in our faces in like X-Men movies, like the mutants and, humans with superpowers and stuff. I mean, who knows? But I kind of think that maybe we can do more than just eat and poop. But it's like, how do you get there?
You get there from looking within. The answers, I don't believe that the answers are around us. I think that if we want to find out who we actually are, then we need to look inward. And I think the reason, and I've said it before, the reason that meditation is shunned by a lot of religions is because when you still your mind, right? When you go within, you're awakening different things in your body, in your mind. I know for a fact that the more you meditate, you get to see more around yourself. I don't mean that not just necessarily that things will show themselves to you, because that has actually happened to me, but you will see more. You will be able to detach yourself from where you are, not literally, but you'll be able to detach yourself from where you are, and you start seeing things way clearer. You know what I mean? Like, it opens your eyes to things that you would not normally take notice of. It's kind of like if I was to say to people, like I've agreed, not agreed, but I've said to people, like with chat, if you want to know what's going on in the different chat rooms, just observe. Don't participate, because when you participate, you lose focus. Just observe, and you'll be amazed as to how much you can learn about people. And I think by detachment, it works the same way. Meditation puts you in a place where you can still your mind to the point where you detach from the things around you, hence giving you the ability to see things that you normally wouldn't. Whereas if you're a constant participant, these things slip by you.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I've been in some transcendental states where I was, fully aware of my faculties, but felt like I was a little bit disconnected from, the physical. But at the end of the day, whether it's a dream or if it's a state you're in during the day, people call it daydreaming or whatever, you always end up back on the ground, and you have to reckon with that. Okay, I'm here, I'm in this physical avatar, whatever you want to call it, but yet I'm like being pulled spiritually somewhere else. But as far as I know, you can't just go there and stay there and leave the physical. You've got to maintain in the physical and maintain the physical, which is arduous and a chore. But there's this kind of longing or pulling that you're something else, that you belong somewhere else. I always say to myself, man, I just want to go home. And it's a unique balance, and you just kind of have to deal with it. Okay, I'm here, I'm stuck here, I'm eating, I'm pooping, but I know that I'm something else, and it just is what it is. And that day will end, and the next day will start, and you'll wake up and be back in the same, conundrum, and just deal with it on the daily. I know we're better than this. I know that's my whole point. We're better than this. We're better than this. I say to myself all the time, man, I'm better than this place. And that's not like to say I'm special or anything, but man, I'm better than this shit.
I
It's
know
kind of
what you
like
mean.
the karma, or people say you're not becoming awakened, you're remembering. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning toward that, because I know I'm better than this place. I know it, because this place is a joke.
Yeah, I truly believe, I mean, if we, like, when you look, when somebody is born, they know nothing. They're dependent on the parents to teach them. The parents have already been indoctrinated. You know what I mean? I think if we took our kids, and from day one, apart from language to communicate, if we started teaching them how to meditate, and how to appreciate the earth itself and what it produces for them, in the sense of health wise, as in medicine wise, as in whatever, you know what I mean? If we taught them that before we taught them anything else, life would be different. And each human would actually be given the chance to become what they really are. But we don't. The kids pop out, we teach them communication, and then we start teaching them about Columbus and Captain Cook. You know
After
what I
we
mean?
vaccinate
Exactly. After you've shot them up with Lord knows fucking what, and we class ourselves as being good parents. How the fuck, you know, can we even look at it that way? Like I said, to me, a child is born, it knows nothing. Now, why not give it the opportunity to find out for itself who it really is by giving it the chance to meditate, to just be with itself, just to sit and be. You know what I mean? We
them.
don't do that. The indoctrination starts the minute they pop out. So for generation after generation, how are we supposed to know what we're capable of when we were never given the fucking opportunity?
Yeah, it's really sad. It really is sad. Not to
And
put a
people fear,
somber.
you know, people fear meditation. Oh, don't open your mind because Lord knows what's going to come in. Well, everything comes down to fucking common sense. Do you know what I mean? Everything comes down to common sense in taking care of how you do it, in protecting yourself, in however it is that you choose to protect yourself. But the fact is, I believe that we are way more than what we've ever been fucking told.
You don't
And
have to believe that. You know it. We know it. We know this in the core of our being. That's why we're so frustrated.
Michael, like you, for years, and even before I woke up to any of this, for years I've been saying to myself, I swear, whoever dropped me off, whether it be by a stork, helicopter, bus, or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck, they either dropped me off too early or they dropped me off too fucking late because I don't feel like I belong.
Yeah. It's easy to fit in if you try, but if you're really honest with yourself, or for me, if I'm honest with myself, I'm like, I've always felt that way. I was popular and all that stuff, and played sports and had the girls and yada yada yada. But I always felt like there was something not right. I made my way.
Exactly.
Here I am, and I really feel that exponentially now. But here we are in our meat suits, and we're having a good conversation, and we're not going to figure it out tonight, and things are going to play out
Well,
over however long it takes.
I keep
Maybe
telling
we
my
will know.
kids, regardless of how hard it is, I'm going to make every effort to try and communicate with them after I've gone.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Do you know what I mean? Even if it's even if it's just moving stuff, even if it's just a tap on the shoulder, even if it's just a stroke on the face, something, anything, I'm going to make every fucking effort to let them know that I'm still there. Because, you know, as I've said before, to this day, I do not, yes, it makes me sad to think of my parents, but I always thought that, you know, when they died, that I would feel this huge fucking void. And yet I didn't, because to me, it wasn't like they were gone. I've never had the feeling that they are gone. I just don't. To this day, I still fucking don't. You know? I mean, I know that I can't ring them up and I can't go jump in the car and go visit them, but the feeling itself, I just know that they're not gone. So if that's the case, the veil between here and there, I reckon, is very, very fucking thin. We're just too busy trying to deal with everything that is thrown at us on a daily basis, from birth till fucking death, to take note of any of this. You know, simple things like a gut feeling. Why do I need to, all of a sudden I'm getting this urge to turn fucking left? Why do I need to turn left when my destination, I know, is in a straight line ahead of me? Well, that gut feeling is there for a reason. Where does that come from? I think it comes from within. It's a higher, I wouldn't even call it a power, but it's something inbuilt in us. You know what I mean? It's inbuilt in us from the day that we are born. I mean, like children, a lot of the times, why is it that innocent children that haven't been pre-programmed already, why is it that they are comfortable with certain people? They are actually drawn to some people, and yet other people they stay away from, they don't like them, they will object. You know what I mean? We have something already inbuilt in us. And I think everything that is happening to us, that has happened to us, that is going to happen to us, is to suppress all of that.
Absolutely. You made some very good points, and that's, in a nutshell, kind of what these agendas seem to be working against or toward, as far as we're concerned.
Because, I mean, you stop and look what they're doing. I mean, another thing too, I don't know if the rest of you guys have got that happening, like in the States and stuff, but they're starting to talk here about building certain buildings in certain places to put the so-called sick people, as in the ones that catch the flu for quarantine. They're now starting to allocate these buildings, and these are not buildings that they don't want to use hotels anymore. They don't want to use it in the city. They're starting to put it on the outskirts of cities, near airports. For example, here in Perth, they're talking about ones that they want to put out near the airport somewhere. Can't remember what state it was, another state here in Australia, where exactly that's what they're turning it into, concentration camps, Vic. You know, the green zones. I look forward to seeing all my mates in the green zones.
Yeah. You might not have to wait too long.
Well, it's just around the fucking corner.
I disagree with Vic. I think their lack of concentration camps. Cheers, Vic. And cheers to everybody in the chats.
I'll have to second that. And at the same time, I've got to go to bed because I got to get up and work early tomorrow.
No dramas, mate. Thank
really
you kindly for
appreciate
coming up.
Yeah, nice talking to you, and you too, Jacob.
Good talking to you,
Chad,
Michael.
shout out. Y'all be good, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
All right, see you on the next one.
Later, mate.
Take her easy. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the only way we're actually going to find out really how many of us think along the same lines is simply by when we all get thrown into these fucking camps for non-compliance. Then we can all sit down and then we can make plans, because we'll all be in the same fucking room. Not like this where we're all scattered all over the freaking joint. You know what I mean? Because when they cut off the internet, we won't be able to do that. The only way that we will be able to get in touch with each other is if you get picked up somewhere and tossed into one of these green zones.
We'll all be We'll all be sitting around a table and pretending like we're live streaming, and every time you have to meet somebody, you shove a sock down their throat. Didn't want to have to do that, mate. So anyway, how's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. Like I was saying earlier on, I mean, I don't know how your garden's going, but yeah, mine's confused. And part of it is confused, and I did plant myself some lettuce the other day, and I did plant some sage, which I found. I didn't realize I had the fucking seeds, but I planted that. My lettuce has already sprouted. My sage, not yet. So I'm going to give him, I don't know, maybe another week or so, see if he comes up. But I did plant 5, just in case. You know, one doesn't work, that there's 4 others that are bound to, or whatever the case. You know, if 4 don't work, 1 will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I have like 18 tomato plants in the ground right now because I usually lose 2 or 3 of them to deer.
Yeah.
And then 1 or 2 of them later in the season to hornworms, which I got out there at just the right time last year, and there was ants eating a hornworm on the ground. And then I'm like, look at that. And then next thing, another hornworm falls off the plant with ants on it attack. And I'm like, go ants, get them. You have those you have tomato hornworms? Because they will
Are they the green caterpillar looking
the
ones?
big, yeah, and they'll devastate your plant in like 2 nights.
Okay. Where I had my capsicums and my chilies growing, Jacob, something literally ate the shit out of them, but there was no sign of anything. I couldn't see any moths going to them. I couldn't see any caterpillars. I couldn't see any fucking snails. And I thought, I still haven't figured out what the fuck it is. So I thought, okay, we're going to do this differently. So I took out 5 of the biggest ones and I transplanted them into a pot of their own, and I moved them away from anything else, right? So that if there was a snail or whatever, there's nowhere else close for it to hide, just in case I wasn't seeing it.
Sure.
So I moved all those pots right away, and I can see that they're actually taking off, that they haven't died. And with my lettuce, I've actually put him around the back part of my house here, not to the side where the other stuff was, because I want to, and it's away from everything else. There is no other plant around it. There are no other pots around it, because I'm trying to figure out what it is that is eating this stuff, but it's not leaving me any signs of what the fuck it is. Do you know what I mean? Because I go out there every day. I'll take a walk out there and I'll look at every plant, I'll check it, whatever, and I'm not seeing anything. You know what I mean?
Right. Like, is it the leaves? Is it the fresh leaves? Is it the leaves close to the ground? Is it like
all the leaves on it? It literally left the fucking stem.
Mm-hmm. And that is usually at the top of the plant, right?
The whole plant.
Well, yeah.
Because mine weren't big. They were only about, some of them were only about like your standard 12-inch ruler height. Okay.
Oh, well,
So,
that could be rabbits. 12 inches is a little tall for a rabbit.
I don't have rabbits. Remember, mine is in. We don't have it. I'm in the middle of suburbia. No rabbits here.
You have what kind of varmints do you have?
Rats won't eat it. Rats will go for fruit, but they won't eat. Yeah, they won't eat that kind of stuff. Mice won't touch that.
The hornworms will do that. I mean, that's, and the thing is, the hornworm, it's a green caterpillar. It has a little on the back of it, a little horn. That way nothing attacks the back, because they get so fat. I saw one at the top of my cherry tomato way up, 7 feet in the air, and I went to weed eat it, and I accidentally hit the plant, and I didn't hit the worm, but it fell and hit the ground from 7 feet, exploded like a water balloon.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, Vic, snails, I looked everywhere on the containers that I had this planted in, not a snail anywhere. So I thought, okay, maybe they've eaten and then they've crawled off to one of my other plants, which were close. So what I've done now, I've isolated all of that stuff because I thought, all right, you bastards, if you're coming to get them, I'm going to fucking see you. One way or the other, I'm going to see you.
Hmm. Yeah, let me know, because, I mean, if it's a hornworm, there's probably like 2 or 3 of them around. But one, and they hide so well.
They do. That's why.
That's
is that?
caramel. That's caramel from a piece of candy that Colette put in between the rock. She packed the rocks with candy. She's so sweet. She's
Yeah, see, to me, I just don't know. I don't know what's doing it, but I am determined to catch it. I am determined to find out what the fuck it is. I mean, my basil seems to be okay. There is nothing eating him. My other plants out the back here, I'm not seeing that they're sort of being. It was just the fucking veggie containers that I had capsicums and chilies and stuff in that it ate the fucking greenery. I mean, I've got my surprise plants out there, and nothing is touching those. You'd kind of think that maybe a snail would fucking attack one of, the leaves on those, but they're not. And everything that I've planted is edible.
I've never heard of a hornworm attacking a tomato plant, though. A pepper plant. They're a tomato plant worm. But I guess they live inside, like out at my sister's. They might live inside of the blackberry bushes. I don't know. My mom was talking more about that. She knows.
Yeah, see, I don't know, but like I said, I am determined to find out what the fuck it is. So I figured the easiest thing to put out there is lettuce, which I replanted, like I said, not replanted, but I planted, and I repotted my 5 of the capsicums. Fuck, I had like 20 odd. But I replanted them and I moved them away from everything else. So if anything else is going to be crawling around the particular pots, it's going to be visible. But yeah, I just it's war. Colette sent you munchies.
That's so nice of her.
Oh, she's an awesome soul.
Yeah, I make sure I call her every once in a while, because otherwise I miss her. I haven't done my show for a couple weeks either. I haven't had a gym, and I've been so busy. And I really love my show, like the people that come by for it. The show itself is a train wreck. My numbers have just slowly gone down over the last 3 years, and
oh, listen, talking about channels and numbers disintegrating and whatever, Heath has opened up a new YouTube channel.
Oh, has he?
Yep, he got in touch with me. For anybody that knows Heath, True Patriot, aka Volunteer Agriculture, YouTube has taken like approximately 7 of his channels down so far. He now has a new one, and if you want the link to his channel, it's under the intro one where I'm asking people for feedback. Go under there and find Painful. And I've literally put on there, I left him a link to Heath's new channel. So the box of rocks and you got no gems. Oh, Colette's got a question for you, Jacob.
Oh, tell her to hop on panel.
Colette, there you go. He says hop on panel.
I'm going through the because for those who don't know, she sent me 2 35-pound boxes of rocks and crystals and various odds and ends. And there's a lot of obsidian. There's a few big chunks like the one with the candy,
Yep.
and she wants me to slice them down. And then there's a ring that she wants me to repair. And this, let's see, this comes from Mount Shasta. I blew lots of it because it's all through. Big pieces. Toe. Let me know. Looks crumbly to me. All kinds of old notes with the rocks. And I told her it was going to be like a year before I could get to it, and we're rounding out about 9 months, and I'm actually, this is the third time I've gone through these boxes, so I'm cataloging what I have. I divided it into a box of obsidian and a box of other rocks, and I'm planning out that I'm gonna cut them with the saw, the 10-inch saw. So then we'll kind of go from there. But where is she? She's supposed to hop on panel.
I don't know. I can see her in chat, but
Yeah, she's sleeping. That
no, she's.
that question doesn't really make sense.
I think she's asking with that. I think she's asking inside the rocks that you didn't find anything of value.
Oh yeah, I haven't cut them open yet.
He's just being slack, Colette. You know, it's too much fucking Mountain Dew. And next time you send him a box of rocks, don't send him any fucking munchies in there. Fuck the munchies, just send him the rocks. You're too busy eating the munchies, he's forgetting the rocks, see? Can't do that to him.
Oh man, there's suckers and Tootsie Rolls and candy bars and
Oh,
chocolate.
good God. See what I mean? No, Colette, don't send him that. See what he's focusing on? Bloody hell.
That's what I want. I want to feed my gemstone plant food to some chocolate trees and then have some gemstone chocolate. That's what I really want. That and then some grass, gemstone grass, so I can feed it to cows and have gem beef. Yum.
That's where it sucks being so fucking far away, you know. I mean, I've had people that want to send me stuff and I tell them don't because the fucking postage is going to cost you more than the item itself.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And I don't want to put people in that situation. It's ridiculous.
I'd send you something, Perth. Did I send you anything?
No, because I've been saying the same thing like Heath ages ago.
Hmm.
Colette, if you can hear me, it's telling me devices not connected. They need to connect their microphone cam before you can add them to the stream. So if you can hear me, Colette, there is something, so it won't let me add you because it says you're something. Okay, she's dropped off again. Maybe she'll try again. Hang on. Heath ages ago found, I think it was like a Hessian bag sort of thing, and it had either Bali or Indonesia or something or other written on there, something that we had talked about. And he got 2 of them. He wanted to send me one. And I said to him, I said, mate, don't hang it on your wall because you're going to pay more for sending it than Colette. No, if you can hear me, it's still telling me device is not connected. Hey, Ozzy. But yeah, I said to him, I said, don't send it. It'll cost you more to fucking send it to me than the item itself is worth.
Well, I was gonna send you some plant food, I think, but I don't know. I don't think I can actually send like salsa. Maybe I can. I couldn't send it to England. That was the thing.
I don't think that would be banned here. I think here they're more controlling about tobacco. They're more controlling about cigarettes. They're more controlling about that kind of stuff rather than creams or things like that. Like I had somebody, this is going when I was still back on Facebook, which is years ago. I actually asked them to purchase me some cream that a friend of mine was actually looking for, and I said to her, I said, I know somebody in the States. I said, I'm pretty sure they won't mind doing it. And the guy actually sent it to me along with other stuff. He sent me drawings that he'd done. He'd sent me a cap and things like that, photos where he used to be in a band and he still had long fucking hair and all the rest of that stuff. And it came through, but that was then. You know what I mean? That was then. This is now.
Oh yeah, and yeah, you were talking about moving your garden, so.
Well, I've managed to pull up all the lawn out the back. I just need to find slabs so that I can put slabs in place, and at least that way I can separate my big ass pots that I've got out here, because I want to put them along the fence line. You know what I mean? So that each one has room to grow, and I can walk around each one when I need to prune it and stuff like that.
She says, "Is this real?" $4 a piece of topaz. It's about right-ish, and we're gonna look at it under the microscope cam and find out if it's real or not. Tiny little blue gem, right there. So yeah, we'll put that under the microscope cam.
I wish I could send you. I would actually peel it off the bracelet if I had to. I wish I could send you. It's supposed to be sapphire. I'm curious as to whether it's real or not, because if these things are real, that bracelet would be worth a pretty penny.
Well, don't take the chance in losing it. Get one of those sonic analyzers. That'll give you one of the best indications if a cut stone is real.
What is it?
A
Sorry again.
sonic analyzer. It's like a little thing you go beep, and it's let me see if I can find one. I don't know. They're like $20. I need to get one, but everything I have, I cut myself. So I know it's real because I can tell as I shape it. Let's see. I'm gonna go to Amazon gem and
Aussie Jacob is in the States.
is there? Cheers, mate. Let's see. Yep, $22. You get a thing. Let's see. Does it do sapphires? Oh, $16.99. You can get the professional diamond selector.
Ooh.
Okay, so yeah, but does it do this is for diamonds. I wonder if it does sapphire. I'll just type that in.
Oh, there you go. Aussie said I sent rocks to the States and were confiscated.
Really?
I mean, like, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so
What, the States has got no fucking rocks? We're going to contaminate the United States if we send a rock?
Well, that actually, it kind of goes back to the club thing. It's like they want all control of all the gemstones in and out of the country because it's money. And I wound up sending stuff to Australia with the bandage openers, right? And one time the gal had said that they took them out. There weren't any gems in there, and I didn't write them on the packing list. But the second time I wrote them on the packing list, and they got through. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty fucking shitty how they do that sort of stuff, you know, that we can't send whatever we want to one another. I mean, it's just crap.
It's because that's what I was reading. It's about controlling money with tariffs. Money that goes in, like if you were just going to buy a bunch of gold and then ship it out of the country, they're trying to control that, and so it's the same thing with gems. It's a really nice piece of this this fire.
Because I've got 3 of them, mate. I've got 2 rings that have got sapphires and emeralds in them, and I've got a bracelet that's probably got 20 or 25 sapphires on it. And I'm talking each piece on the bracelet is a little bit bigger. Probably if you put 2 match heads together, that would be the size of one, maybe a tiny bit smaller. But 2 match heads, you know, like your normal standard match heads, that would be the size of each sapphire. And there's about, I'd say about 25, because it circles the wrist.
Okay.
I actually
25
bought them in a gem place in Thailand.
Let's see, gem select. So match head probably about 3 millimeters. We'll scroll down to sapphire. Keep on a scroll. Okay, there we go. It was blue, right? Blue.
Yep,
blue,
dark blue.
Let's see.
Or a darkish blue.
They're round.
No, they were cut at a gem place. They're cut into rectangular bits.
Okay, rectangles. Let's see. And you say about the size of a match head?
Each piece on the bracelet would be 2 match heads together. If you put them, if the match heads were side by side, that would be the size of one. So if you were saying one match head would be 3 millimeters, then I probably looking at about maybe, let's say, 5.
Okay, here we go. Some square cut and baguette cut. Okay, about $374. You can get 6 of them. Well,
Is that 374 for one?
Those are pretty small. I don't think that's the right size. Yeah, this would be okay. So $90 for a 1/2 carat baguette sapphire, 6 millimeters by 3 millimeters, and that's one of them. $90.
And do they have different? Is there a different grade? I'm assuming that there would be a different grade. Because I actually got little authentication. What am I looking for?
Color, tone, and saturation.
Yeah, see, I got a certificate with it when we purchased it from the gem place that it's actual sapphire.
How many A's?
I don't know. I'd have to go hunt in my box where I've got them
2,
hidden.
3, 4A. What's that? Because let me see how many A's those were that I was looking at. Because yeah, like let's say they have like blue, and it can be closer to the white blue or closer to the dark blue.
Okay,
And
these are
it can be closer to neon blue or closer to a kind of a grayish blue.
yeah, no, these are closer to a dark blue, heading to a black, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because there's this 0.7 carat baguette sapphire. It's $116. It's 6 millimeters by 3.5 millimeters. So $100, figure $100 a stone. And what is the grade on this? Navy blue, VS clarity. It's heated, so it is treated. It's from Madagascar. They don't actually say what the grade is, though. Just VS clarity.
Ozzy's asking, what about an orange sapphire?
Let's see. Orange. Oh, wait. Nope, that's golden. Orange. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, they're available. You can get some fiery orange or some lighter Kool-Aid orange or some lemony orange, like a sunset orange. So you can get the fiery red orange or the sunset orange. And if you want to buy a 1.1 carat oval stone, it's about $225. That's 7.4 millimeters by 5.6 millimeters, which is like a quarter of an inch by 3/16 of an inch, or an eighth of an inch. And basically, it's a decent ring stone, $225, and then you get your ring. Like a silver ring costs you like $22, and then you get one with the 6 prongs, and then you
Yeah.
bend the prongs over,
Yeah.
and then you take the stone out, and then you nip them off, and then you sand them down and polish them, and then you got yourself a $1,000 ring. But there's a lot of markup with rings. I mean, when it comes to jewelry, it's the second oldest business in the world, is what I claim. Because you've got the stone gets mined out of the ground, then it gets sold to the guy who cuts it, and then the guy who cuts it sells it to the guy who mounts it in the jeweler, and the jeweler is both getting paid to design the jewelry and to make the jewelry. Because like with the Fabergé eggs,
Yeah.
that Fabergé was just a designer. He didn't hammer nails. He didn't sand on things. He didn't polish stuff. He just drew pictures. He had a dozen people who would make the stuff, and if it didn't sell, then after 2 weeks he would tear it down and make something else out of it. And so that goes back to, once the designer and the jeweler put in their labor, then it has to sit in the case, and a salesman has to get paid to sell it. And you got the overhead of the store. And then you have what I call the produce principle, where half of the produce is there to make the other half look better. So you will have 3 rings made just to sell one. So you can offer your customer whatever the customer wants. Do they want to pay the bargain basement? Do they want to pay as much as they can and get the best thing possible? Or are they looking for something in between, so they know they're not getting cheated, but they're not getting cheated? So you make 3 rings to sell one. And that's the jewelry business.
And there you have it, folks.
It's pretty
From
simple.
Jason the jeweler.
But I mean, when you're buying gold and then letting it sit in a shelf and only half of it sells, there's a lot of overhead. And then there's also the Veblen aspect, which is where the more rare it is, the more people are willing to pay. Like if you buy a Cadillac, You might want to pay a little extra. You know, if you won the lottery, you might want to pay a little extra to know that you're getting the better quality car. And so they charge more just because people want to pay more.
Ozzy, we don't apologise about the caps. We don't. I type in everybody's chat in caps. We're not cap sensitive here. But yeah, I don't know. All these things that we can amuse ourselves with, entertain ourselves with, stress over, research on.
So whatever happened to Colette?
She stopped trying. I think she's having more of an issue coming up on her phone. I don't think she was on her laptop, but it was saying something to do with her mic. You know how it says, well, I read it out. I can't remember the exact terminology, but something to do with got to turn your mic and your cam on or something or other. Ozzy, exactly. That is my trademark.
Okay, this one has a note that says, for some reason, this rock says cut me in half. So that's what she's asking about. Because I haven't even unwrapped it. I don't know what it looks like. And we'll have to cut it in half and see if we find anything.
Colette, like I said, do not send him the motherfucking munchies in the fucking box. No more Tootsie Rolls. No more fucking Mars bars.
Oh,
No more
man.
Cheetos.
So tasty.
Oh, there you go. She says it wants her to change StreamYard settings and she doesn't know how. I mean, I heard somebody the other day saying that StreamYards had changed or whatever, and yet when I got on today, for me, it was exactly the same as every other time that I've used it. So I don't know. I don't know. And it's not, Colette, it's not like you haven't been up here on your mobile phone before. You have, and it worked okay. So maybe it's just a mood thing. Well, Jacob, I'm going to head off, mate.
Okay.
It's 12:30 during the day here, and I've got to go and get myself some more bottles of distilled water to drink.
It's far out. It's like it's evening, and I need to get ready for bed. Like, I'm gonna start my day.
midday
Yeah.
here, and
Midday,
plus
midday.
two, like I said, I've got to go have some chow, something to eat, and whatever the normal standard stuff.
Well, I am going to dig into this giant jar of peanut butter, and then I'm gonna get.
Please don't tell me that Colette put that in the box as well.
No, but that's hilarious. So, I'm too tired to come up with things to say, so I'm just gonna say thanks, and I'll see you on the next one.
No dramas. Thanks for coming up, Jacob.
Bye.
People, as always, for everybody that has been here from the start, thank you kindly. Kudos to you. For anybody that's popped in and popped out to say hi, thank you also. I am going to make an effort to do another intro, more out of, I suppose, just to which is why I did the first one too, I guess, or partly, just to see if I can do it. I mean, a lot of things I don't make from scratch per se, but you know, if the end result is comes out okay, then fine. If not, Thank you to everybody that gave me feedback on it. I did get a copyright claim or a claim guideline claim thingy, whatever on it. Obviously, it's for, I would assume, for the song, because it went longer than what they allow. But not that fucking bothers me. I mean, it's not like they took the video down or anything. So I'm gonna, yeah, I popped on today just to get in touch with everybody, to let you guys know that I'm still doing shit and what have you around the house. And when I can, I pop on, even if it's just when I'm taking a break. Colette, I did jump in. I don't know if you've seen it. I did jump into Skype, and I hung around for a while. And when you didn't respond, I thought you're either away from your phone or something or other, and it's not pinging you. So then I started the live stream. But yeah, thank you kindly, folks. And as always, regardless of everything and anything that's going on around us, don't forget to listen to music. Don't forget to put a smile on your dial. We're all in the same shit pool. And on that note, I will catch you guys next time round.